Hi, everybody. We're like a minute early because I'm doing that. That's how we're doing this today. We're going to do Daniel Howard, day 6 and 7. A very, very important issue, though, we need to address real quick is Daniel Howard. There have been some updates, there have been happenings, and I think we need to talk about them. And specifically, it's this. Um, they're on. They just finished day 10 on the trial. We're going to catch up. But Daniel Howard was arrested at the Spokane, Washington airport last night. So, former ISP trooper on trial was arrested. So, he was currently on trial. He was arrested at the Spokane airport on Friday night. And he's being held as a fugitive from justice pending extradition. So, he was booked into jail on a felony warrant out of Idaho. It's unknown what he's doing at the airport. I think we all know. And, oh boy. Oh boy. I think he got found at the airport here. So, yeah, this is not good for him. So, there's probably going to be a delay in the trial, if I had to guess. There's probably going to be a delay on the trial. So, yeah. Grounds you got first. Congratulate. The GM got first with grounds. Congratulations. So yeah, Daniel Howard is in jail in Washington State. If you guys don't know the geography of the area well, Spokane is literally the closest place to go. So, yeah, the trial's going to be delayed a couple of days. Interesting enough. So, yeah, it'll be very, very, very interesting. And he's in trouble because flight is circumstantial evidence of guilt. Yep, he tried to bounce out. Yep, yes. It's unknown what he was doing there. Yeah, well, they have to speculate because they don't know for sure. So. Oh, no. Well, I guess that makes it easy. And Unknown Hero for $2 says, oh, I'm going to come. I'm going to come. Don't come. Don't come. So. Oh, he's at the airport. Duh. He's just going to get Newports. Did he have a property bond? It's gone now. Well, whatever bond he had, he was out on. He just wanted a Cinnabon. Yeah, so. He just wanted a glass of milk. So. Also, real quick, I need answers from Nate and Ricada. So sad. So sad, Nico. Womp, womp, womp. So, all right, guys, we're going to start this. Here we go. If you guys remember, we were watching when the domestic violence expert was on. You know, she's an expert, like a good domestic violence expert, just like training day. A good narcotics officer has to know and love narcotics. A good domestic violence expert has to know and love domestic violence. So she was describing the basic generalship of how a domestic violence dynamic works. And yeah, so she was describing all that. So here we go. All right.
How does the presence or absence of a victim's social support affect whether or not they're successful in leaving?
It can affect it greatly. There are certainly victims who do leave without any social support, but most victims do require some social support, whether that's from friends or family, or whether it's from a local domestic violence advocacy organization. but they require something, generally a place to stay right away. If you don't have money for a hotel room, or you don't believe you're going to be safe in a hotel room, then you really need to stay with somebody at somebody's house. So that's social support. The longer that you are out, the more difficult it may become. And so you need people that are surrounding you who are supporting the decision that you've made. And that's not always the case, because there are times when, for a lot of the reasons that I mentioned, whether that's economic, whether it's children, whether it's religious based, or whether it's the fact that this kind of behavior has been normalized in a family, it's not unheard of for family members to actually encourage a victim to go back to the relationship. So positive social support for that decision to leave is pretty crucial.
Dr. Bostaff, when you have a victim who, for whatever reason, does not report that abuse to law enforcement, is it common to still see that victim take steps to document what happened?
Yes.
How so?
Well, victims can do things like take photos with their own cell phone of injuries, record conversations. They may keep a diary, which is actually, more common, I would say, than taking photos or recording things, but keeping a diary. They may have someone that outside of the relationship that they communicate with. It's certainly not unheard of for victims of domestic violence to make statements to a friend or a trusted family member to the effect of, if something happens to me, you need to look at X, Y, or Z. And so they may also get a safety deposit box at a bank and try to put copies of documents that they would need if they're going to leave there for safety. They may try and deposit money into a bank account, open a bank account that does not have their partner's name on it, so that they only have access to it, and try to siphon away some money to have a financial pocket of money for when they decide to leave.
And so, is it often common to see that victims have taken steps over a period of time to develop a really solid plan for leaving before they actually do it?
No, it's not unheard of. I wouldn't say it's not unheard of. If anybody was to Google online what would be a best practice, or what should I do if I'm thinking about leaving, they certainly would see all of those steps available to them. If they had any contact with victim services, they would likely go through a safety planning exercise, which does all of this, plans out how are you going to leave in the most safe fashion possible.
And why is safety a concern?
Because of the increased risk of violence once you leave that relationship, especially in the short period of time afterwards.
Have you personally done research into the increase in the risk of violence after a victim leaves or attempts to leave a relationship?
I have some white papers that discuss that topic.
And did you participate in the development of something called IRAD?
Yes.
What is IRAD?
IRAD is the Idaho Risk Assessment of Dangerousness.
And just kind of briefly, what was it developed for, and who developed it?
So the Idaho Coordinated Response to Domestic and Sexual Violence was a very large committee comprised of professionals in criminal justice, the healthcare field, victim services, who came together under a federal grant to look at what are some of the needed areas in the state for addressing domestic violence and sexual assault issues. And in the year preceding the creation of the committee, there had been a significant spike in domestic violence homicides in the state of Idaho. And so this group decided that having some sort of checklist assessment ability for police officers and ER nurses and victim advocates to do to assess the level of potential increased dangerousness or even the potential for lethality in a domestic violence relationship would be a tool that could help them intervene earlier to hopefully reduce the number of domestic violence homicides in the state.
Permission to approach?
Okay.
Dr. Bosak, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 25B. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What do you recognize this to be?
that is the Idaho Domestic Violence Supplement.
Is this what you were just referring to?
It is,
And so you participated in the development of this?
yes,
And it was supported by research within your field?
yes.
Move to admit states 25B.
They did it for me, and I scored 1,000 out of 1,000 on it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pure danger.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom. Good to see you. Uh-oh. I think the jury's reading it right now.
This screen, so let's
Here we go.
going to completely show up on this screen. So let's kind of start up here, Dr. Bostaff, at the top of the form. Now, you indicated that this is a form that was designed to be utilized by law enforcement, correct?
Well, it was designed to be used by a number of different aspects of the system that a victim would have contact with, but this particular version of IRAD, embedded in the Idaho Domestic Violence Supplement, is for law enforcement.
And this information up here that's in gray, would that be information gathering about the individual?
Yes, those are general characteristics about what officers are seeing up here in this area in terms of the victim and the suspect. This would be whatever medical assistance may have been offered or provided. And then this has to do with whether there were children at the alleged incident.
So moving down the page, we then, can you see that? We then get into a series of boxes that are in red. Why are these boxes in red?
The boxes are in red to indicate that these are the factors that go into determining the level of risk of dangerousness and or lethality in the form.
And so these are factors that law enforcement would be encouraged to ask about.
Yes,
And again, were these factors identified pursuant to the research of yourself and others?
yes,
Now, looking within these boxes, there are certain words that are underlined or in red or in all caps. You see those that I'm referring to?
yes.
Why are some of the options designated as such?
Because the research has indicated that these factors or these elements are predictors of lethality, not just increased dangerousness.
And just to be clear, so what do you mean by lethality?
The likelihood that someone in the relationship could end up being killed.
And so just kind of looking at what we have on the screen, looks like there's 4 factors that are identified as being associated with lethality: current stalking behaviors, forcing the partner to have sex, I guess that's 5, attempted strangulation, recent separation, and extreme possessiveness.
Yes, and a recent, more recent version of this just added abuse while victim is pregnant as a lethality factor as well.
Thank you, Dr. Bostaff. So, if a person has engaged in a recent separation, and if that person is scared of their partner, why would that person go back?
They would go back for a number of reasons. They may go back because they are scared. I know it's counterintuitive and it doesn't make sense, but once again, if you have lived in a domestic violence relationship where threats have been made against you while you were in the relationship, and maybe some of those threats were then later carried out while in the relationship, then threats towards you about what could happen to you if you ever leave the relationship are believed to be true because they have owned up to it in the past. They've done it. They followed through on the threat. And so if I am outside of the relationship, again, it may seem more scary to be outside of the relationship than inside of the relationship. Because when I'm outside of the relationship, I don't know where the abuser is. I don't know if they're waiting out by my car. I don't know if they're going to break into where I'm staying in the middle of the night. I don't know where they are. I can't prepare. When I'm inside the relationship, I can see them, I know them. I have so far existed inside of that relationship. That relationship may seem like a much more familiar situation than if I'm outside on my own or outside with people who I love and I don't want them to be hurt as well. I'm sorry.
Does that feeling of if I'm close to the abuser, then I can see what they're doing, kind of keep tabs on them, is that often seen in situations where the victim is trying to obtain something like divorce papers or a custody agreement or something like that in order to get out of the relationship? I can keep them happy to get what I need.
Yes, I mean, there may be various reasons why the victim wants to go back. It could be, for example, that they were unable to leave with documents that they really need. And so in order to get those documents, they have to go back to the relationship with the idea, I'll go back until I can get these documents and then I leave. Or if there are children involved, it may be that I need to be present in the home with my children, even though the abuser is there, because if I leave, then it is perceived that I've abandoned my children. And so I have to go back in order to be there so that I can eventually fight for custody for my children. It could be about a house. If I leave the home, then I may perceive that I am giving up rights to that home. And if there may be a divorce, then having left that home, I may not have a claim to that home anymore. And so it might make more sense for me to go back so that I can have access to that home and the ability to argue for that home.
Dr. Bostaff, is it common that even when law enforcement might be called by, say, a friend or a family member, that even when that victim is speaking with law enforcement in a supposedly safe environment, that they still don't provide all the information?
Absolutely.
I don't have any other questions for you, but Mr. Johnson will.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
So you said that this was a blind expert in this matter.
Yes.
What were you made aware of when you were contacted by the state on this case?
That there was a domestic violence, what they perceived to be a domestic violence homicide.
Okay. And you're obviously aware of the caption of the case, correct?
The name of the defendant?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you followed this or seen any articles in this regarding this case?
No.
Okay. So going first to the, well, let me back up. that conversation you had with them, was that a lengthy conversation?
No, in fact, it occurred via email, I believe.
Okay. Now, that power and control wheel is, it's not like a checkbox. And let me give you an example. People in marriages can have disagreements about money, correct?
Yes.
And disagreements about money doesn't mean that it's a power and control wheel thing, correct?
Correct.
So a lot of these within the power wheel are fact dependent, and you have to get details of whether it fits within that wheel or not, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, if a person, if two couples, or if a couple is discussing money, it would probably be inappropriate to cherry pick one aspect of a conversation, use this wheel and say, see, it's been demonstrated as controlling power.
To the form of the question.
Sustained.
It's not to be used as a cherry pick tool, correct?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean by cherry pick tool. I think if a singular argument that people would have in a relationship about money probably would not likely form the basis of a domestic violence relationship in and of itself, that singular argument.
So, to characterize a person as fitting one of these characteristics, you would want the full context and information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Talking about using isolation, for instance, if a person, a partner, male or female, has the freedom to do whatever they want for weeks on end, would that be indicative of a power wheel or not?
Well, it would depend on what's happened before.
So routinely, over the course of years, if a person has the freedom to do what they want for weeks on end, that probably wouldn't fit that power wheel?
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that domestic violence relationships are dynamic. They're not static. And so they change over years. And so the level of power control can wax and wane depending on the abuser's need for that power and control. So what happens in one time frame of a relationship isn't necessarily what happens in another time frame of a relationship.
You mentioned earlier that not all domestic violence is male to female, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that the majority of male victim domestic violence goes unreported?
The reporting rate for male intimate partner violence or domestic violence is about 39%, I believe, in the latest statistics.
So, still touching on that using isolation, expressions and actions of jealousy can be an indicator of control. Is that right?
Yes.
The ability to put money on a house without asking permission, would that be a power abusive, or show that you need more context?
It would be no different than the isolation piece. It would really depend on what the entirety of the relationship is and whether and where they are in the waxing and waning of the need for power and control.
As far as using language in an argument, in your research and experience, do couples that have been together for a long period of time argue?
Yes.
Do they often say things that are either inappropriate or are demeaning?
That I don't know.
Okay. does that in itself mean that they're using that to control or power?
It would depend on other things happening in the relationship.
In certain relationships, in either your experience or your research, are there relationships where one person is more financially sound than another person?
No, not necessarily. That domestic violence exists across the range of socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity, age.
Would you agree that some people are better with money than others?
That's beyond my expertise.
Okay. But hypothetically, if a person, the financial control has to do with having to get permission to make purchases, correct?
Well, that's an example, one example of economic abuse or economic control. It's not the only example, but that is an example I gave.
Now, this power wheel, just to be clear, you're not a psychologist.
I am not.
This power wheel doesn't touch on whether a person is going through a midlife crisis or not.
No.
Okay. Now, can using or referring to untrue police reports, meaning making a false police report, could that be a form of power control?
You object to the form of the question.
Your response, Mr. Johnson?
I think the form is proper. I can rephrase if the court wishes.
I'm sustaining the objection.
If a person makes a false claim to either friends or family or law enforcement, could that be a form of power control?
I guess it's difficult to say because of the likelihood, the increased likelihood of victims minimizing the abuse that they experience and the fear that they may have and acknowledging that abuse has occurred. Calling something false can be tricky.
Okay. And given, obviously, we don't want to put a specific case on it and have you say one thing's false or not, but can people using the legal system be a form of power and control?
Yes.
So Kendy was controlling him. Da da da. Kendy was controlling him, chat. Da da da. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Also, what are you guys talking about using soap on rabbits? Like, are you throwing soap at the rabbits, or what do you... I don't get what you're talking about here. Somebody needs to, like, TLDR me real quick. So, just saying.
Now, as a blind expert in this matter, you can't say whether or not violence actually occurred in this case, correct?
Objection to the form of the question, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Being a blind expert in this matter, you can't say whether or not violence occurred in this case, correct?
I don't have any information about that specific case.
Or whether or not there was an increased risk of lethality.
In this particular case?
Yes.
I cannot.
No further questions.
Leader?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step up. Next witness.
Ben Michael Bust. May I approach Madam Clerk?
Yeah. Good, sir. Let's step forward here. Just hang on 1 second. All right, if I can have you raise your right hand and face my clerk for this one.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, sir. You have a seat. As best we can, if you can speak into the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
You may Clark.
Please state your full name and spell your last for the record.
Benjamin Ray Michaelbust, last name Myklebust.
How are you employed?
I am self-employed.
And what do you do for work?
I am a home inspector, own a home inspection business.
Where primarily do you work?
Out of Lewiston, Idaho, but I cover a large area.
Do you ever do any work in Kendy?
Yes, I do.
Were you so working in February of 2021?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have contact with a realtor by the name of Daniel Prado?
Yes, I did.
Is this a person that you work with on a regular basis?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as his business, yes. I do a large amount of business throughout the year, so he's smaller on my scale, but I think I primarily do most of his inspections.
Is this someone that you have a personal relationship with?
No.
Back in February of 2021, did you perform a home inspection for Mr. Prado?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what date you performed that inspection?
Would have been February 2nd, 2021.
And when you performed that home inspection, was Mr. Prado present?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you that he had a buyer for that home?
Yes.
And that was why you were there?
Correct.
At that point in time, was the buyer present?
No.
Did you ever have personal contact with the buyer of
No.
that home?
No, I did not.
Did Mr. Prado provide to you payment for your services?
He did.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Michaelbust, I'm going to show you what's already in evidence. It states 71B. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize this to be?
Payment for the home inspection. Daniel Howard's name on it is on it. Kendy Howard's name is on it. It's Kendy Howard's signature, and my signature is endorsed on the back.
And that's because you cashed the check.
Correct.
Did you subsequently inspect the home?
Yes.
And during the course of your inspection, did you uncover any major issues with the house?
No.
Did you offer a report?
Yes.
Did you provide that report to Mr. Prado subsequently?
Correct.
Did you also, as you were there on the 2nd, doing your inspection, communicate with Mr. Prado about what you were seeing?
Correct.
And so at that point, did you indicate to him that everything was looking good?
Yeah, overall. Yep.
Was there anything that you observed about the house that would, in your experience, compromise the sale of that house?
No.
I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Johnson Knight.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, on the date of that check, that's February 2nd, 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
But you did not see Ms. Howard or Mr. Howard?
No.
Okay. And the home inspection is a pre-purchase home inspection, correct?
Correct, in this case.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, the home had not been purchased at the time of the house inspection, correct?
Yeah, I mean, usually a real estate agreement has been, there's been a deal agreed upon, and that's why I'm there. Yeah, I'm not just there for no reason.
Okay. And who handed you the check?
Dan, probably.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any of your...
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
You can step down.
May I return these to Madam Clerk?
You may. Next witness?
Heather Swenson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you come forward, please? If you face my clerk, and please raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat here at the witness stand. And as best you can, please speak on the mic. Thank you. You may inquire, Michelle Sell.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Heather Swenson, Swenson.
How are you employed?
I'm a loan officer at Freedom Northwest Credit Union.
And where is that located?
So the branch I work at is in Camden, Idaho.
Were you so employed at that place and in that capacity in late 2020, early 2021?
I was.
Can you describe generally what the duties of a loan officer are?
We gather the application information from borrowers, and then we do a summary of the application information, which we submit to our underwriter for approval. And then if it's approved, then we open up the title policy request, the evaluation or appraisal request, and then basically just follow up from start to finish on the transaction.
And so, to summarize, is your job to assist your customers through, say, a home buying process?
Yes.
And you are so Freedom Northwest Credit Union, that's a bank, right?
On a financial institution, yeah.
Do you guys do a lot of home mortgages?
We do.
And so this would be a process that you go through on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Does your financial institution utilize a system to keep track of all of these documents?
We do.
Can you briefly describe how that works?
So it's the same system that we have for our accounts. It's just another aspect of it. And you just input all the application information, and through that system you're able to generate documents and like all the documents necessary for the loan process.
And are there quite a few documents necessary for that process?
Yeah, so there's different stages of documentation that are required.
So let's kind of break it down. So if a customer walks into your branch and says that they're interested in going through this process, what's sort of the first part?
So going through the application information,
Do you take their information, some questions about their life, their finances?
Yes, so their personal information, address, birth date, social, and then their source of income, assets that they have, and then we do a credit check as well.
And then assuming that those things are provided to you, do you then move on to the next phase of the process?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next phase?
So once I have all the information, then I do a summary of the information to my underwriter, and then if it's approved and if the borrower decides to proceed or has their offer accepted, then we continue forward through like title company and valuation and such.
And so at that point, generally has the customer identified a particular home that they're looking to purchase?
At times. Sometimes
not.
Mm-hmm.
So if, throughout this process, are there standardized forms that your bank, your financial institution utilizes?
Yeah, so there's like a template that's used, and then it just, through either the application or through manual like input and everything, it puts the personal information into that template.
And are these kept in the regular course of business?
Yeah.
And are these checked by you and others for accuracy?
On it, just by me for the.
And As the papers are going back and forth, do you review them as part of your job?
On it. So I review them before I send them out to the borrower, and then after the borrower is signed, then I look at them to make sure that they're all signed properly. And
Do you, as part of your position, work with local realtors in Camden?
I do.
Is it common for local realtors to refer clients to you for a home equity loan?
Yes,
Do you know an individual by the name of Daniel Prado?
I do.
How do you know him?
Right. So he's a realtor. His office is like right next door to ours, and he refers clients to us occasionally when we have a need for the transaction.
Is this someone that you have a personal relationship with, or just know him through your business and professional?
Just know him through the business.
In January of 2021, did Daniel Prado refer a client to you by the name of Kendy Howard?
He did.
Did you meet with her?
I did.
Do you recall approximately what month she came in and met with you?
I don't. I'd have to look at the application in it.
Do you recall whether or not she already had a house in mind, or whether or not she was just kind of starting that process without a house in mind?
She already had an accepted offer, if I remember correctly.
And did you sit down with her and gather the personal information from her as you just described?
I did.
So did she provide you her name, her address, financial information, asset information? And did you compile that information into the business documents that you previously described?
So I put them into the system that we gather the application information into, and from there it feeds into the loan documents.
So you don't fill the document itself out, you just input the information and the computer does the work?
On it, correct, yeah. So for like the application, it auto-fills that in for us. For some of the documents, like the credit score exception and that, we have some fields we have to do manually.
And then you review it for accuracy?
Correct.
At the time that you met with her, did she make you aware that she was either considering or going through a divorce?
She did.
And based on her giving that information to you, did that cause concern for your financial institution?
No.
Is it something that you have dealt with previously?
On it. I have dealt with some members that had been recently divorced, not any that I can recall that were in the process of it at the time.
Did you and Ms. Howard discuss changing closing dates or other ways that the bank could potentially accommodate her completion of divorce?
We did not discuss it, no.
Would her answer indicating that she was going through divorce prevent her from completing the loan paperwork and moving forward in that process?
No.
And so did you follow the process that you previously described to generate that paperwork?
On it. So the preliminary documents I had generated.
Did you then submit that to your underwriter?
No, so the documents I didn't have to submit, the application summary I had submitted and it was approved.
Okay. Permission to approach. Okay, Ms. Swinson, I'm going to hand you a large pack of documents here. It's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 46. If you want to take a minute and just kind of flip through that, but do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
What do you recognize these documents to be?
On it. So these were from my loan file for her.
Does that appear to be a complete packet of all of the loan documents associated for Ms. Howard?
So these are all the loan documents I had at that point. We never got to the closing point, so.
Okay, so let's talk about, well, based on where you and Ms. Howard got, does that appear to be a complete packet?
It does.
Move to admit states 46.
Moving to which one?
46 is it?
Maybe we approach.
Oh, I did? Yeah, sure. Okay, great.
All right, guys, so they're doing that to show, look, she had a zeal for life and a zest for life. She was buying the house, and she got inspected, and she was getting a heckin' loan. She was getting a heckarino of a loan, and I did not speed this up, so we need to get this going. God, I feel like a moron. We've been doing this for like an hour. Sorry, chattel.
New York.
I'm admitting exhibit number 46.
Any other questions?
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
No, I don't know.
So if a person comes in to your office and applies for a home loan, anyone can fill out the application process, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, if a teenager walks in, you're probably going to ask some questions before you let them go through the process.
Yeah, they would have to have an adult on the application with them.
Okay. But an adult comes in and fills out the process. At that point, you're just making an application. Is that right?
Correct.
And then once you're approved, you said that you would continue moving forward. Is that right?
Yes.
And so part of that would be income verification, job verification, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you said in this case that you were not able to continue moving forward in this matter.
So I had started the title policy order, the evaluation was already done, and then I reached out to her to sign the preliminary documents, and I was never able to get in touch with her.
Okay. Now, you would expect, you're familiar with, counsel asked you briefly about the marriages and buying property, right? And obviously you're probably familiar with what's required if someone's still married and buying a separate residence, right?
Correct.
Oftentimes, if they want to buy that as their separate property, they would need a, for instance, a quitclaim deed
Yeah.
or a release of some sort.
Correct.
And if they are buying that with their own proceeds, you would want to have verification of actual income from a current employer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had not gotten to the point of verifying whether or not Ms. Howard had employment in Kamei, correct?
So part of the preliminary documents is the request for proof of income.
Okay.
So
And you had not received that yet?
I have not.
Okay. And when did you send that request for preliminary information?
So I called her on a few occasions and I wasn't able to get in touch with her, so.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any reader?
No, you're on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome to step down.
Next.
State's next witness.
Zach Jones.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. You could come forward, please. If you would face my clerk, raise your right hand, please. For me.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about the business case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. You got to see the witness stand there. And as best you can, keep talking to the microphone.
You got it.
Thank you. You may acquire a record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the record?
Zach Jones?
Is that spelled the traditional way?
Correct.
And Mr. Jones, how are you employed?
I have a real estate brokerage here in town
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
since 2015.
And as a real estate broker, do you ever participate or conduct in something that's called a valuation?
Absolutely.
And could you describe for the jury what a valuation is, and why somebody would want one?
Evaluation of property, just to know what their home might be worth on the open market, to know how many or how much money they can make if they're looking to sell or make some sort of move in their real estate world.
So if somebody wants the evaluation of their property, how do you go about doing that?
I pull recent comparable homes sold within the last 6 months, much like an appraisal, and we look at square footage, beds and baths, land, outbuildings, etc., and try to find what market value would be.
Okay. So do you ever meet with the person or go to their property and look at what they have?
Quite often, yes.
And then you said you compare that with what's currently on the market?
Or have sold within the last 6 months, yes.
Okay. And then at the end of it, you come up with a number of what you think their house might be worth on the market?
Correct.
Okay. And how long does a process like this take?
I can usually do it within a day or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with a Dan and Kendy Howard?
Yes.
And did you deal with a Kendy Howard through the course of your employment while conducting evaluation?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
Not the exact date.
Was it in January of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know Kendy Howard before this?
Yes.
And about how long had you known Kendy already?
Quite a few years. They're family friends of our family.
Did you know Dan Howard as well?
Yes.
For the same duration of time?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you know Dan and Kendy Howard?
How well?
How did you get to know them?
Oh, from family friends, boating, stuff like that. 4-H, my stepbrother bought a pig from them every year to raise for 4-H.
Okay. And so in January, Kendy reached out to you for evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall why she reached out to you for evaluation?
She just wanted to know how much her home was worth and the value of a couple lots in Sphere Lake as well. And then just to see what her portion would be if she were to pursue a divorce.
Okay. And how were you speaking with Kendy during this time period?
Most everything was via Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review those Facebook Messenger texts at some point?
Yes.
Okay. If you saw them again, would you recognize them?
Absolutely.
May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Mr. Jones, I'm showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 43. You take a moment and just look at that. Do you recognize Exhibit 43?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize Exhibit 43 to be?
My conversation with Kendy.
Your Facebook Messenger texts?
Correct.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, I showed you a 3-page document, but the page numbers are 2, 4, and 6. Do these appear to be accurate representations of your messaging with Kendy Howard?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Plaintiff's 43 at this time. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, more dead time. Here we go, chittle. Chad looks like such a... Zach looks like such a
A
bro.
little more foundation.
Mr. Jones, have you had a chance, did you still have your copies of these on your phone?
Yeah. Yeah.
And have you had a chance to look at what's on your phone and compare them with this exhibit?
I didn't compare the two, but I did look Friday. We read through them all.
Okay. And are you able to explain the numbers of these pages?
I'm sure.
Well, let me approach you real quick. You see at the bottom, the pages are 2, 4, and 6?
Uh-huh.
Now, that's not what appears on your phone, is it?
No.
Okay. Despite that, have you had a chance to look at the different pages and determine whether or not it's a continuation of your text?
I haven't personally. I just took screenshots I stretched it as far as I could on my computer at the office and took screenshots and sent them
Okay.
that way.
Mr. Jones, did you have a chance to read this in its entirety when I presented it to you earlier?
I didn't read it in its entirety, but
Well, I want to ask you to go ahead and take a moment to do that. So what you're reading there today, does that appear to be complete?
yes, for the most part it does.
So when you say for the most part, what do you mean?
Well, like on page 6, there's a blue line that's looks like a message, but it's cut in half there.
I mean, like at the bottom?
Yeah.
So there might have been something before and after?
Yeah.
Okay, but between those 3 pages, does that appear to be?
Yes,
complete continuous?
absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit this exhibit.
Commissioner Boyd, briefly.
Hang on just for a second. So Mr. Johnson can ask me questions about. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
You said you took screenshots and put them on your computer
Yeah,
and saved them to a PDF
yes,
and then sent them to the prosecutor's office?
correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes? You can be seated. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, Your Honor, as to this exhibit, we have on the record that it's not original. It's not a download from a phone. Office of Law Enforcement has downloaded 100% of Ms. Howard's phone, over 40,000 pages. And here we have already, while there's a foundational issue on whether or not these are actually messages sent. Law enforcement has her phone. They've laid the background from Ms. Marhofer on how that extraction came about. At this point, to allow this document in, I think would be improper. So we'd object on the foundation and the best evidence ruling on it.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a representation, Mr. Jones took screenshots, 3 screenshots of his phone and emailed them to the detective. The first page, again, this exhibit starts with page 2. The first page was the email, like here are the screenshots you asked for. For whatever reason, a blank page appeared between each of the 3 screenshots. So page 1 is the email, page 2, 4, and 6 are the screenshots, and again, for whatever reason, page 3 and 5 was just a blank screen in the PDF. Now, of course, this witness can't explain that because he's not the detective, but what this witness did is explain that however these are numbered, these are a continuous message. He was able to confirm that on the stand. So basically what the state did, Your Honor, is rather than have a blank piece of paper with a number 3 at the bottom and a blank piece of paper with a number 5 at the bottom, we just took those pages out. So we have a 3-page exhibit rather than a 5-page exhibit with 2 blank pages. So, and again, this witness testified that these 3 pages represent a continuous message from Kendy Howard and him.
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Well, the state still hasn't addressed the best evidence rule, Your Honor. I mean, law enforcement not only obtained Dan's phone, Kendy's phone, Kendy's mom's phone, they actually got her phone and did a download. The best evidence here would have had Mr. Jones saying, can you stop by, let us do an extraction of this. We already have here on the record that it's been altered in some fashion. There hasn't been any testimony that the content is, but once it's altered in one fashion, it's on the record. The best evidence would be either obtaining it from Ms. Howard's phone or having done an extract of Mr. Jones' phone. And so it's concerning, particularly with the statements, comedic statements that are referred to in a case like this, that we did have subject to faulty motions, that the foundation has not been laid. Had this come in through the digital download of Ms. Howard's phone, we wouldn't have an objection. There would be no basis for an objection.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't think the defense understands what best evidence means. Of course, when people are texting or messaging, there's going to be 2 copies of the same thing. Just because the same thing exists on somebody else's phone doesn't mean when we pull it from the other person's phone, it's not best evidence. This witness took screenshots of his own phone and emailed them to detectives. Copies are included in the definition of best evidence. This is the best evidence. This witness testified that he looked at his phone on Friday, read what's on his phone, he read what's on this exhibit today, they're the same thing, and these pages are a continuation, even though they're numbered differently.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, not to get personal with counsel, but the testimony is not that these were screenshots. The testimony is that they were put into the computer, changed to a PDF, and then emailed. That is not best evidence. Best evidence is either a digital extraction from Ms. Howard's phone or digital extraction from Mr. Jones's phone, not an edited screen capture with the possibility of any edits and then emailed to a detective and then submitted at a trial in this case.
Right, well, putting aside, I guess I'm trying to kind of address it. I don't personal attach to characterizations. I would say that Mr. Johnson doesn't understand the best evidence rule. It's a legitimate objection. The best evidence rule, while it doesn't produce this, is that an original writing recorded photograph is required to prove its contents. In this day and age with smartphones, I mean, the trick is we're not going to take Mr. Jones's phone and turn it into the jury as an exhibit. That literally would be the best evidence, his phone and what's on it. What I heard the witness testify to is that he did in fact take screenshots. Those were emailed. Those have now been reproduced in PDF form, if you will. In my view, that is close enough. That is a duplicate. That is sufficient as a photograph of what was on his phone. If you view the exhibit, it looks to contain a complete conversation. I know there's some gaps in the numbering, but that's been explained to my satisfaction. And so I'm going to overrule the objection and find there's sufficient foundation in that. While perhaps imperfect, I think it does comply with the best evidence rule. And so I think it's a legitimate objection to make. I don't think it's misunderstanding the rule, but I do think viewed as a whole, it meets the foundation requirements. So I'll ultimately overrule the objection. Ken, we're right at the time I would normally take a mid-afternoon break. Do you want to tell the jury we're going to do about 10 more minutes, and I'll just give everybody in here a 10-minute break? Thank you. Recess for 10 minutes.
So, guys, this is just more, more evidence Kendy had a zeal for life and was trying to survive. That this, I don't know. All this stuff here is not, we'll see what this looks like here, but more Chatterson coming. Here we go. The felony warrant was probably for him skipping town. He's probably got GPS on. They probably got word he was running, so they put a warrant out for him. I don't know, though. Who knows? I doubt he got a new charge. Like, he committed a new crime separately. I'm sure they thought he was running, so they notified everybody. So, let's go. Let's go. Oh, shit, my bad. I messed that up, chat. Sorry, I muted it. fuck is going on? I thought we were like set. What are we doing here?
So, Mr. Jones, how well did you know Ms. Howard?
I would say pretty well.
Pleasant, jovial person?
Yes.
Like to joke around?
Yes.
Now, you did an interview with a detective in Coeur d'Alene on February 16th, about a week and change after her passing.
A phone call. Yeah.
There was a phone call,
Yeah.
and it was around February 16th.
Your Honor, I object at this time. It's beyond the scope of direct and irrelevant.
Any response?
Your Honor, I do think it touches. Let me approach.
You may.
All right, more timeout chat. Here we go.
To provide a follow-up email.
Yes.
And after that interview, you actually did provide a follow-up email?
Correct.
Did they ask you to come in and do a download of your phone?
Objection, Your Honor. It's calling for hearsay at this point. It's beyond the scope of direct.
Not hearsay.
Mr. Johnson, you're just, you could, whether or not you provided the download, if that's what you want.
I was sure.
Okay.
Did you provide your phone for a download in this case?
No, sir.
If you had been asked, would you have provided a download to your phone?
Sure.
No further questions.
Any redirect? No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Jones. You're welcome, sir.
Melina Lieber. Melina Lieber.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you come forward, please? Have you step forward, please raise your right hand and face my correct this one.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'd like to seek that witness stand. And as best you can, I'll ask that you speak to the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. You may depart.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, can you say your whole name and spell both your first and last names?
Melina Christine Labor, Mallinalabor.
Back in January and February of 2021, where did you work?
Owsley Plastic Surgery.
And what sort of business was that?
They did surgical, cosmetic, elective surgeries for the breast, body, and face.
What was your job there?
I was the front office receptionist.
And would that mean you would take calls from potential clients?
Yes.
Set up appointments?
Yes.
Walk them through what they needed to do in order to get in to see the doctor?
Yes.
Back on January 28th of 2021, in the morning hours, did you take a call from Kendy Howard?
Yes.
What was that in regards to?
It's for a consultation for abdominoplasty and breast augmentation.
Which is what?
It's a mommy makeover.
Okay. Did you set up an appointment for Kendy Howard?
Yes.
Do you remember the dates, or would you need something to refresh your memory in that regard?
I would need the, I know it was the following month, but I don't know the exact dates off the top of my
Okay.
head.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47, it's 3 pages state together. Take a moment and flip through those and tell me what you recognize.
I do.
What are they?
They're our patient portal platform. It does all of our scheduling and holds all of the patient's records.
So is that the sort of information that gets generated at the time that you get the information?
Yes.
Is that the sort of information that's kept in the basic general course of business for that particular business?
Yes.
And is that something that you generated when you were an employee there?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an accurate set of documents in terms of Exhibit 47, setting forth the consultation date that Kendy Howard made?
Yes.
Okay. In order to, move to Exhibit 47.
Any objection? 47 is admitted.
In order to get a consultation with the doctor, is there a process that a new patient has to go through?
Yes, they have to complete the patient portal, which is part of the Patient Now system.
Does that take a bit of time?
Yes.
How come?
It's an elective surgery, so they require a lot of information that you wouldn't have to have for any other surgery, personal information, social information, to make sure that you're a safe candidate.
So does it take a patient quite some time to get that done?
Yeah, it takes about
anywhere from half an hour to more. I hadn't seen anybody less than that.
Does it tend to weed out prospective patients or not?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that?
Patients that complete it or don't complete it is, if they don't complete it at all, then I have to follow up and make sure that they're actually going to come to the appointment, things like that. And then, and some of them I have to actually do it over the phone with them because it's too complicated to do on their own.
In your experience, there are patients that do complete it. Are they serious about coming in?
Yes.
Okay. Did Kendy Howard complete hers?
Yes.
And what was the date, using 47 if you need to, for her consultation with the doctor after she completed that?
Her consultation was for 2 p.m. on the 23rd of February.
2021?
Yes.
Did she show up?
No.
No further questions?
Thank you for cross-examination.
Do people who go through the initial consultation ever fail to follow through with the procedure?
They choose not to go through, yes.
Okay, no further questions, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Mr. Herrera, do you know what this is? I don't know what it is.
Daryl Oyler is next.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Please come forward, face my clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Welcome to the secret witness stand, and then, as best as you can, please speak into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
You may have problems.
Thank you, Judge. Can you say your whole name and spell your last?
Yes, it's Daryl Oyler, Oyler.
What did you used to do?
I was my last full-time job was a detective for the Kendy County Sheriff's Office.
Can you summarize your law enforcement career for us?
I spent about 25 years here in Kendy County working for state and county agencies, the vast majority of it with the county, last 15 years as a detective doing crimes against people.
And were you also a detective sergeant towards the tail end of your career?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that for?
As a sergeant or as a...
Detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. 3 years.
Okay. Can you summarize your duties back then?
At the time, I was supervising a unit. It was a sexually based crimes special victims unit is what we were tailored to do.
How
Crimes
long?
against children.
Okay. How long have you been retired?
It's going on 3 years this summer.
Okay. So back in February of 2021, were you the person that was assigned to the case involving Kendy Howard and Dan Howard?
Yes.
And did you work that particular case until you ended up retiring?
Yes.
On February 2nd of 2021, did you and other detectives respond to the Howard residence late that evening?
Yes.
Did you get there the evening of the 2nd or the early morning hours of the 3rd, if you recall?
I believe I received a call on the late night of the 2nd, but arriving at the residence, I think it might have been early morning hours. I'd go to the office first. So right in that time frame.
Who did you arrive with?
Detective Sergeant Tim Alton.
Did you have a body cam with you?
I did.
What's a body cam?
We had recently got them. We're usually a few years behind patrol. Is that they brought a bank of portable cameras that we could assign to ourselves and check out to help record audio and visually crime scene interviews, that sort of thing.
Okay, and so did you make sure to bring a body cam with you?
I did.
That night? Okay. When you got to the Howard residence, did you and Detective Loudon walk in together?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Through the garage into that man door?
Yes.
All right, and then into the living room?
Yes.
Was Dan Howard there in the living room when you and Detective Loudon walked in?
I believe so.
Is he here today?
Yes.
Please point him out, describe where his seat is. Tell us what he's wearing.
He's sitting at the defense desk. He's wearing glasses, gray jacket, and a light pink button-up shirt.
Did you end up essentially sitting there for hours with Dan Howard and Detective Loudon?
Yes.
Was that based on having to wait for a search warrant?
That was a lot of it, yes.
And during those hours, did you or Detective Loudon engage in conversation with Dan Howard?
Yes.
Did you capture much of that on your body cam?
Yes.
Did you situate your body cam, at least after a bit, in a position that would capture a conversation between you, Detective Loudon, and Dan Howard?
I did my best to do that, yes.
Where did you stick this body cam to do that?
I didn't have a mount. I had a clip. So if there was any that was on my body, it was on a clip that flops around. So whenever possible, I like to set it on a counter or a flat surface where I could just point it and just let it rest there.
So we've got 4 different CDs. The last 3 have transcripts that go with those. And I think what I'd like to do is have you take a look at, I think it's 11 there in front of you. Does that look right?
Yes, 11A.
You recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Because I reviewed it and I had initialed it and dated it.
All right, so 11 is about 4 minutes long. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
And the sound has been eliminated?
Yes.
So all we're looking at is you and Detective Lawton arriving at the residence?
Yes.
And then seeing you two with Dan Howard?
Yes.
And then you and Detective Lawton go upstairs to check on Kendy?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an accurate 4 minutes without the sound of the two of you getting there that particular evening?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 11?
Any objection?
No.
11 is admitted.
Move to publish the same?
You may publish it.
At any point we can listen to this at some point? Jesus.
Brian, you got what's been marked as 12A, 13A, 14A, 12B, 13B, 14B, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those 6 exhibits?
I do.
What do you recognize 6A, 6B to be? Excuse me, 12A, 12B to be?
It's one of the video recordings and a transcript.
Okay, would that kind of be the next sequential video after the one we just watched?
Yes, sir.
And is 12B a transcript of that particular video?
Yes.
Is the video and transcript accurate?
Yes.
Does the transcript track the video?
Yes.
And looking at 13A, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
Also of the same video footage, a continuation of it.
In a sequential fashion?
Yes.
Then 13B would be a transcript of 13A?
Yes.
Is that video and the transcript of the video accurate?
Yes.
And turning your attention to 14A, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
Again, sequential video footage from that evening.
And then 14B to be a transcript of the same?
Yes.
Is that accurate as well, both the transcript and the video?
Yes, they have been reviewed and I had marked them, so I know these are what I reviewed.
Move to admit 12A, B, 13A, B, 14A, B.
No objection.
There's no objection, those are admitted.
And so, Detective, what we're looking at there is, what, close to 4 hours or so of video?
Yes.
All right, and rather than keep you up there for 4 hours, what I'd like to do is ask you a couple other questions, and then we can play those at our leisure, all right?
Yes, sir.
During your conversation with Mr. Howard, did the subject of GSR testing come up?
Yeah, towards the I wouldn't say end of the night, basically the next morning. It's been a long night, but as we were wrapping up, yes.
Okay. What was the context of that?
We spoke about testing his body for gunshot residue.
All right. And did you see a reaction from Dan Howard when that issue came up?
Yes.
Describe it for us, please.
Well, one of the other detectives was talking about it, and as I was facing him, when the subject got brought up of having, testing for any gunshot residue on burnt powder, that sort of thing, I noticed that he started rubbing his forearms and hands against his clothing as it try to rub something off.
It was cold. It was February in Idaho. It was cold out.
No further questions.
Do we push on her?
You may. the exhibit is played, is that correct?
Well, it's a twofold thing, Your Honor. Yes, I think it's more appropriate to, if the state intends on publishing it, should publish at this time, like they've done every other witness, to release.
That's against that profile that I developed, or
I think it's more.
What the fuck happened? Damn it!
If the state, so the cross-examination of this will be very lengthy on a 4 hours worth of video. The cross and the scope of that cross is very lengthy, and so what I'm trying to prevent is turning over the witness and then a bunch of objections for outside the scope. I think it's proper to publish. My suggestion was, I don't feel it's necessary for a retired detective Euler to sit here for the 4 hours while publishing. Certainly we can get through a chunk of it for the rest of the afternoon, and we can have him back for cross-examination mid-morning or whatever, if the state doesn't want to publish the rest of them or what they want to publish. So.
Okay. Your responses for Attorney?
Well, first of all, Judge, the transcripts of the videos are the same transcripts that were used at grand jury. They're the same transcripts that were discovered back on January 26, 2024 in a pleading entitled Notice of Filing Plaintiff's Redacted Audio Video Trial Exhibit. So there's no issue here about whether or not these transcripts are the same transcripts that Mr. Johnson has. He's been put on notice what we're going to use via this pleading, via the grand jury, and so that shouldn't be an issue. He should know what his cross-examination is right now because he's had access to those transcripts and the videos, so we shouldn't have to wait until this witness is 4 hours have elapsed while these videos are played. This is the state's case in chief. It's not the defense. They don't have the ability to orchestrate the events and how they unfold in our case in chief. I think there's no reason for this witness who is from out of town and had to drive up here today to stick around until 4 hours of these videos have been played. Counsel wants to cross-examine him today. He can do that. But nonetheless, I think I should be free to publish those exhibits when I want to and not at counsel's leisure.
Okay, so I guess what I wanted to clarify is, so you're not intending to limit his scope of cross-examination by not publishing the videos yet? Because that would be my concern. Obviously, you couldn't just, the trick would be you put the detective up, ask him a couple questions, don't play the 4 hours of video, and then his cross is limited to those couple questions, where the exhibit clearly is somewhat part and parcel of his testimony, and so I think it's fair that the defense gets to cross-examine on the entirety of the exhibit. If I'm understanding, you're not meaning to limit it, you're just saying cross now, we don't have to wait until we watch the videos. Am I saying that right or not?
You are.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Johnson, understanding then that you're not limited in your cross-examination, you're free to cross-examine. Isn't it true that the video will show, or isn't it true the transcript that so-and-so said, et cetera? Then I guess I think that works. Is that
That's
is that fine?
correct, Your Honor. And just for the court's awareness, I don't see a cross-examination taking less than, I see it going past 5 on cross-examination.
Okay, that's fine. Well, okay, I understand more clearly now. Thank you. It's hard to get it all sorted out when we're just sitting here. So, yeah, I won't require the state to play the exhibit now. It's their case; they can play it when they wish. But I'm not going to limit your cross-examination to simply what was asked by the director. Your cross-examination is open as to the exhibit. Okay.
That's interesting. So the judge is saying we're not going to fuck around on this exhibit, given it's 4 hours long. Cross-examination is open in scope. Ask away, which makes sense. because the judge is right. You can always be worried the state asks like one question and like pens in the defense. So this is nice. The judge is going to allow him to run around wild. Let's see if this guy does any better. Although the past couple witnesses didn't really do much for the state, I think, because none of it was clear or defined or anything was on lock. So I don't know. Let's just see where this goes.
Yeah, and we'll just go as long, we'll go till 5, and if you're not done, you're not done. So, okay, let's bring the jury back in. You can be seated, thank you.
This is a very good question. Could the prosecutor call him to the stand? Theoretically, yes, but that's very poor form. That goes against the Fifth Amendment. It's the defendant who has the right to testify. So, generally, the only time he'll ever take the stand, you could call him like that, but you might get a mistrial. I think you probably would get a mistrial. I'd ask for it. And I would be fucking livid at whatever prosecutor tried that. So, generally, no, you can't do that. So, and if they tried it, it would be very, 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 very bad. So, anyways, back to where we are. Very good question, though.
Members of the jury, I just was having a discussion with counsel about how this questioning will go. Mr. Johnson's entitled to cross-examination at this point, and I ruled he's entitled to cross-examine regarding the entirety of the video in the transcript. Even though you haven't watched it yet, he's still welcome to inquire to the detective regarding that. You may inquire, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, counsel.
You're currently retired?
Yes, sir.
Do you prefer to be called Mr. Willard or Detective Willard?
Whatever's convenient for you.
So, Detective, when you first arrived, you and Detective Lawton arrived in the same vehicle, separate vehicles?
I believe we rode in Sergeant Lawton's vehicle.
Okay. Prior to your arrival, or as you're arriving, you had a meeting with other officers?
When I got the phone call, we went down to our office to kind of gather up whatever equipment we need to do, and because the scene was, a distance away, make sure we had everything that we need to go before then.
And when you arrived, there was other law enforcement there?
Yes.
And the site was secured?
Yes.
When you arrived, was Mr. Howard under observation?
There was officers milling about around the area, yes.
Okay. Now, when you made that initial walkthrough upstairs, is that what that was showing, that body camera?
Yes.
And you filled out a report in this matter?
Yes.
And are you trained to fill out, include all relevant information?
I'm trying to put in my thoughts and observations, yes.
And when you put in your thoughts and observations, are you trained also to fill out a report at or near the time of those observations?
Whenever possible, yes.
Okay. And did you do that here?
I can't recall. Typically in a lengthier investigation, it's an ongoing thing. You spend all night out at a scene. You don't have 16 hours to sit down and start typing away. So it's usually an ongoing report as you investigate.
Okay. And then when you're filling out that report, you're relying on your videos and your notes?
For somebody, yes.
Okay. When you went upstairs, there was 2 rooms to the left?
I believe so.
Master bedroom to the right?
Yes.
And Miss Howard was in the center bathroom?
Yes.
There was another bathroom in the master bedroom?
Yes.
There was a purse on the counter of the bathroom?
That sounds right, but that sounds accurate, but I'd have to review the video, but I believe there was.
And just for, again, when did you retire?
Yeah, it would have been, I think it went in effect August 1st, 2021.
Now, when you went into the bedroom, was there anything significant on the floor of the bedroom?
I remember it was, there was a lot of items. It wasn't a well-kept room. It was a little bit messy. I can't recall all the items that were not on the floor.
Was there was a green towel that was on the floor?
I remember there was a towel being there. It could very well been green, yes.
Damp or wet?
I believe it was damp.
And at what time after your encounter or initial walkthrough did you start talking to Mr. Howard?
Immediately.
Okay. Now, when you arrive at a scene, do individuals always talk to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did Dan voluntarily talk to you on this morning?
Yes, he agreed to talk to us.
Okay. Stereo was on?
Yes.
Was it kind of loud?
Yes.
Now, he voluntarily, or you asked him about what was going on, is that right?
Yes.
You talk about the relationship?
Yes.
He volunteered information about struggles with the marriage?
Yes.
Did he show you the paperwork that he talked about, the divorce papers?
I believe he referenced the paperwork that was on a table downstairs. He didn't hand me paperwork that I recall.
So he referenced it and later you followed up and the papers were actually down there?
Yeah, I believe that would be more accurate, yes.
Okay. And on this, did he talk to you about being his work? About what he did for work?
Yes.
He talked to you about what he did that day or the day prior?
Yes.
Did he talk to you about coming back from Alaska around the 28th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, when you showed up, he was not free to make a phone call, correct?
I think he had already made a phone call prior to us arriving.
He was on 911
Yeah.
until officers arrived, correct?
Yes.
At some point later in the morning, he asked to make phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And you and Detective Lawton were present when he was doing that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, in the discussion, he was describing what they were doing this past weekend, correct?
When you say describing, you mean answering our questions?
Voluntarily answering your questions?
Yes, I mean, it wasn't like he was telling us a story, he was responding to our questions, yes.
And he said that they were filling out paperwork over the weekend?
He said he sat down and started divvying up assets or something along those lines.
And the paperwork confirmed that?
There was paperwork that had assets with numbers, and yes.
In the course of your early investigation, were you aware of whether those paperwork were messaged to some of Ms. Howard's friends?
I had no idea at that time.
He indicated that there was a key asset that was an addition that night, correct?
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
He indicated that they added the house in Kamei on the asset.
Not exactly.
He didn't tell you that the house in Kamei was listed on that evening?
He said that he was insisting that they list that as an asset.
Okay. To your knowledge, the paperwork that was sent to the friends, did it have the house in Kamei on there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
To your knowledge, as the detective on this case, do you know if the messages sent to Ms. Howard's friends had the house in Kamei listed on the paperwork?
At that night?
No.
Did I know that?
The messages to the friends the prior weekend.
Okay.
Let me lay some foundation. Did you, you also conducted interviews in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the course of the interviews, you became aware that a couple friends had received, Mr. Prado had received messages about the divorce proceedings or divorce paperwork?
Yes, I believe he received photographs.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to. The photographs that Mr. Prado received, did it have the house of Kamei listed on it?
I believe so.
Okay. Did he express that she was upset that night about putting the house of Kamei listed on there?
Yes.
Now, during the phone calls, Mr. Howard made several phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who all he called?
I know he called his son Wyatt. I believe he called his father. I believe he called his stepdaughter.
And do you know whether he called Mr. Wilkins?
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Howard's father?
Oh, yeah, I believe so, yes.
Now, when asked, he gave you information about all the firearms he had?
Yes.
He told you guys that he had taken a shower about 7:30 that evening?
That sounds about right, yes.
And he had mentioned that he was on night shifts in Alaska.
I believe so.
Okay. So taking a shower at 7:30 didn't seem abnormal?
Objection, relevance as to this witness's opinion about what is abnormal or not?
Goes to the GSR questions, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Goes to the GSR questions, Your Honor.
Right, but whether or not he thinks a shower at 7:30 is abnormal is irrelevant.
Now, in the course of talking, what time did the search warrant arrive?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it somewhere after 5?
Objection, this witness doesn't recall.
You can try and trigger the witness's memory through his questions, so overrule.
I was not, we had tasked other detectives to be in charge of that, so I wasn't documenting the times. I know it took longer than I would have liked that night.
Longer than you would have liked? What do you mean by that?
I would have liked to have gotten the search warrant sooner.
Okay. Were you and the other detectives thorough in your investigation that night?
Yes, sir.
Careful, did you observe Miss Howard being loaded into the gurney?
Sorry, careful what?
Did you observe Miss Howard being loaded into the gurney?
I was not, I don't believe so, because I was trying to keep Dan away from, and any other family members away from that scene, you know. No one wants to, witness that.
So you were present with Dan for the majority of the time?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the phone calls, there was a particular call that he made or received from Brooke, is that right?
I believe there was a call made and a call received, yes.
So a call made and then a couple minutes later a call received. In the call received, Brooke was understandably hysterical
Yes,
and accusatory.
yes.
And at that point, in particular, did you observe Detective Vallotton challenge Dan as far as whether he did it?
Yes,
And at that point, Mr. Howard said that if it goes along this questions, I'm done answering questions, right?
okay. When you're talking about do it, as in, you mean killing her?
Yes.
As in doing it, yes.
And then, but after that, he still voluntarily answered questions, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Detective, during the course of the conversation with him, he voluntarily provided the code to the safe,
Yes.
and may we approach, Your Honor?
This is something you need to visit about in the chambers. City Council chambers. Go on record.
Sorry, guys, I had to take that. My apologies for the delay. We're in the middle of the break. Okay, well. Oh, that's it for... Oh, they came back right at the very end. Oh, they come right back at the end. Here we go. That's a pretty lengthy break. Let's see what happens.
That the GSR test was the last thing conducted before clearing the scene.
I recall it being at the very end, was at the very last, likely, but I don't. I remember, being towards the end, if not the end.
That was around 9:30ish in the morning.
That sounds about right.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any reader?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
All right, guys, that's
We're getting close to 5, Mr. Herring. How do you want to proceed?
Well, I wanted to play the first of Mr. Euler's videos, but it's about an hour long, Judge, the first one, so I'll leave it up to you whether you want to start it and stop it or start it up sometime tomorrow.
so. We're gonna go straight into day 7, guys. Here we go. No closed captioning. It looks like. Sorry about that. But here we go. Here we go. Oh, crime fucked up the sound again.
You or did you know a woman?
Yes.
Was she one of your regular customers?
Yes.
Would she come into your salon to have her nails done?
Oh my god, they have like Miss Swan to do the pedicures. Yes, she still got the pedicures because she like to live. Yes, she very nice lady, very nice lady. She had a man, he looked like a man. Yes, yes, yes. It's calling in artillery in Ukrainian positions, yes. Fat will address this again in a minute. We talked about this first thing. We'll come back to the whole idea of Daniel Howard being in custody in the state of Washington. So we'll talk about that. Turnips for 10 memberships. Thank you, Turnips. Is it turnips or turnips? I'm not sure. But thank you either way. I'm sure the 10 people who got those are going to be thrilled. But here we go. Let's listen to Asian lady talk about, yes, I do nails. Me love you long time. Hello.
Yes.
About how often would she come to see you?
You know, on and off, like every 2 or 3 weeks.
Did you see Kendy on February 2nd of 2021?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time of day she came in to see you?
I asked her and she told me she come after work around 5:30 or 6 p.m. Yeah.
And did you do her nails when she came in?
Yes, did her nail.
Do you remember, did she get a manicure?
No, she got a few on her acrylic nails.
Did you, when you do a fill on acrylic nails, do you make the edges smooth?
Yes, of course, yeah. Everything has to be smooth.
Do you remember her attitude or her demeanor that day?
She seemed normal like I used to saw her before that.
She didn't seem sad?
No.
Do you remember if she had any injuries, burns, or bruises to her hands or arms?
No.
No other questions?
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good morning. Did you have a relationship with Kendy outside of work?
No.
Did you ever text her?
No.
Communicate with her outside of getting her nails done?
Sorry, I don't understand. Can you repeat, please?
Did you ever communicate with her outside of the shop?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are you there?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
April Tarpley. April Tarpley.
Barkley, like Charles Barkley?
Come on now. Can you come forward, please? Face my clerk and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a seat here in the witness stand. You do as best as you can if you speak in the mic. Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Can you say your whole name and spell your last?
Yes, April Tarpley, last name Tarpley.
How are you employed?
I am employed by Kootenai Health.
How long have you been employed by Kootenai Health?
I have been there for over 3.5 years.
What do you do there?
I am an HR business partner.
Can you describe for the jury what that entails?
Yes, so I work in HR and we touch everything in HR really, so we're conduit between the employee and the managers.
All right. Are you familiar with the benefits that a Kootenai Health employee would have?
Yes.
Can you summarize those for us, please?
Yes, we have an array of benefits, but we have medical, dental, vision, life insurance, supplemental life, AD&D, short-term, long-term disability, among others.
Okay.
Those are our main ones.
Are you familiar with an employee named Kendy Howard?
I am.
And did you get involved in her employment history via the Sheriff's Department serving a search warrant on Kootenai Health?
I did.
And so did that require you or somebody working with you to round up a number of documents?
Yes.
Can you generally describe those documents?
Yes, they were employee records as far as benefits goes. So her employment record, employee benefits, medical, dental, vision, life insurance, AD&D. There was VIBA as well that we handed over.
Let me show you some of those documents. First packet I have is 51A. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
What do you recognize 51A to be?
This would be her benefits for Fidelity, which is our part of our retirement plan.
Essentially her retirement packet.
Yes, yes.
And how about this next one here, 51B? Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is just a list of all of our benefits.
Did any employee would get?
Yes, that you could select.
And how about 51C? It's right here.
Yes, this is our VIBA.
Would it be Kendy Howard's VIBA?
Yes, it is.
And then the last one I have for you is 51D. Take a look at that. Tell me if that's
Yes, this is my correspondence with Mr. Howard.
okay. So in terms of 51A and 51C, those documents dealing with Kendy Howard,
Yes.
are those documents that were created at or near the time the event happened that created the document?
We printed these documents off for the subpoena.
When they were originally made, though, were they made at the time the event happened?
No, she was employed with us since 2003.
Okay. And so when you had a document that pertained to 2003, was that document made at that time?
Well, she selected these, and then every year we could select. So these were printed and made for the.
I understand when they were printed, but when were they made?
When every year we have a selection of open enrollment, and so that would have been usually around November
So
timeframe.
they were made at or near the time the event happened? The actual document itself, not printed out?
Yes,
Okay. By someone who knew what they were doing?
yes, yes,
They were made in the regular course of business
Yes.
activities of Kootenai Health?
yes.
Move to admit 51A, B, C, and D.
No objection? 51A, You said B, C, D?
Yeah, 51A, B, C, and D, Judge.
Those are all admitted?
I think you touched on it a little bit beforehand, but is one of the benefits that Kootenai Health offers something called VIBA,
Yes,
and is it tied to an app called Pulse Virgin?
Virgin Pulse, yes.
Can you explain to us what those things mean?
Yes, Virgin Pulse is our wellness incentive program, so you can download an app or you can access it on your computer. A lot of us put it on our app, so we can access it from our phone. It's for tracking your health, like so steps, healthy habits, things like that, and it's all an incentive to earn future points, quarterly monetary rewards. So you earn enough points and then you get up to $180 per quarter to use for your future medical expenses. So that goes into your VIBA account and then you can spend your VIBA on any kind of medical that you may need.
And was Kendy Howard involved in that?
Yes,
And so she had this Pulse Virgin app,
yes,
and she would utilize it in order to live healthy, for lack of a better word.
Objection,
Correct.
calls for speculation.
Does this Live Healthy app also include mindfulness?
yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So there's different things that you can go through. They're like little programs. So you read, mindfulness, depends on which one you pick, but it can be, sleeping better. It can be all different types of things. And you go through each day and you earn points. So, just even if it could be meditating or less stress, things like that.
Okay. And ultimately, the points would accrue into actual money?
Correct.
That could be saved?
Correct.
Okay, and Kendy Howard was a part of that?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what she did for Kootenai Health?
Yeah, she was a materials handler in our warehouse.
How long had she been working for Kootenai Health
She had been working since 2003, so over 17 years.
in that position?
Correct.
Can you tell us what she had accrued in terms of life insurance?
Yes, so Kootenai Health does 1 times your annual salary, and then it was around 40,000 that she would have been paid out, and then for accidental death and dismemberment is an additional 40,000. She also had supplemental life, which was 58,000.
So what was the total payout for her life insurance, breaking that down?
So 40, 40, and 58. So
Okay.
I know the total of everything, but around
Who was the beneficiary?
Mr. Howard.
Dan Howard?
Yes, or there was nothing listed, but for life insurance, it was Dan Howard.
Did you end up having contact with Dan Howard?
I did.
When was the first time?
It was the 15th of February.
And was that via telephone or?
Yes, so we always reach out to our, if we find out there's a death, we reach out to the beneficiary just to start that conversation.
All right. Did he call back at some point in February after the 15th?
Yes,
When was that?
it was on or around the 17th of February.
Okay. Can you describe that contact for us?
Yes, he was I had called and said, when you're ready, you can, give us a call when you're ready to do next steps with life insurance, Fidelity, the retirement account. And so he called, we talked about that around the 17th, and then he called back on the 22nd of February to discuss that.
Can you describe that discussion for us?
Yes, so he was specifically asking for insurance, life insurance, and Fidelity amounts. I actually don't have those amounts, and so I gave him all the point of contact for our insurance company and our fidelity so that he could call and get the exact details. I also let him know that there was paperwork that we would have to fill out eventually for that as well.
So did you end up talking to him 2 times or 3 times?
It was at least 3 times.
All right. Can you describe for us his demeanor when he spoke with you?
Very calm, cold, I would say, no emotion, and very collected.
Did he, in his conversations with you, request that you email him rather than talk to him?
He wanted everything over a phone call.
Vice versa?
Yes,
He wanted to talk to you rather than have emails?
correct.
Was there an additional payout for Kendy Howard in terms of retirement?
Yes.
What was that?
She had roughly around 131,000, a little over, of retirement funds.
Who was the beneficiary for that?
Dan Howard.
So upon Kendy Howard's death, Dan Howard was the beneficiary of over $250,000 in terms of life insurance and retirement from Kendy Howard?
Yes, it was roughly 270,000.
No further questions?
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning. Is it true that there's an exclusion on life insurance for suicide?
As far as the insurance paying out, so that is all controlled by our United Heritage, our insurance, so they make that determination, we do not.
In your conversations, he was also asking you about how he can obtain her personal belongings.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, so you gave him the contact to apply for those benefits, correct?
To make contact with United Heritage and Fidelity, yes, to start the process.
And so you don't know whether that was even paid or whether he made contact with them, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You need to be direct.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. You may
Thank you,
step.
Ron.
Excellent.
Judge, actually, what we'd like to do is publish 12A and D, if the court's okay with that.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, what happened tonight? Please, she likes it all. You want to have a seat at the bar or something, or we can something flat right on here? No, I mean, would
would you mind coming over? I got my condolences. This is a bad night. I don't want to shun anybody. So what was going on tonight?
Marital problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to finalize.
But is this divorce has already been decided, or is it? But it's open for discussion.
She wants a divorce one day, she doesn't the next.
Okay.
So she brought home divorce papers, just preliminary ones. Was this you got called out here? I don't know if she had that. I don't know if she had it. I didn't see it. Anyway, she, I felt most of it, I think. And stuff. It made it so it was friendly. Why don't you want to divorce? Long time ago, I worked here all day. We screwed party, yes. What do you do? Run a club. We and I, North Slope of Boston. 2 on, 2 off, 3 up. Anyway, I'm sorry, I can't think of anything.
So how long have you been homeless last time?
Since Thursday.
Is that when we got called out here? Did you pick it up and went to Curtis or something? And then you came in?
Yeah, Curtis and came here. Something like that. Okay, must have been early in the morning or something.
Yeah. Was she even out there?
No.
I thought the guys could be just packing her stuff to leave or something.
She's going to get away overnight. We had a problem with, well, we're of course discussing divorce. She got upset. She wanted to go, and she's acting a little weird. Of course, who doesn't in that situation, I guess. And she wanted to stand by her or something. I don't know what the fuck. And she called her parents or something like that. I called the sheriff to stand by us, so she packed that bag. Anyway.
She laid down?
Yeah. She went down to her parents and came.
When did she come back?
Saturday.
She working right now?
Yeah.
Okay. She worked today?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I filled out the first one. Let's see. And then I got this other stuff. And, you know, there's 50-50. She would want, she just wanted us to go through one lawyer and make it very long fast. I said, okay. And I said, I already filled these out, and she doesn't feel the help. Well, she didn't want me to fill them out, but she gave them to me. And so I split the stuff, we agreed. And then one of them was, she was buying a house in Kendy Howard. And she wanted to split this house, and I said, okay, we're going to split that house too. Oh, she went off her stuff.
You guys own the house in Kendy Howard?
No, she's buying it.
What was the plan there?
She's going to move down there eventually. My sister's done with it.
So she wanted to sell this place too?
Well, for a liquidate everything. And then she didn't like that idea because I guess everything's joint property. I just wish I'd got a China with them taking everything.
You guys hired an attorney at all?
She got papers from
Do you know who?
no, I don't know. But she gave the papers to me, it's like, well, went through a few days. She said she didn't know if that's what she wanted. She'd be crying and say, you know. And then,
Why did you want the divorce?
just grew apart, I guess.
What was that one thing she always said to you, the one complaint she had? I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
The one, oh, fuck.
What's the big thing?
I wish I knew. I don't know what the big thing is. I guess I don't do enough stuff with her. I like to do things she likes to do. So, there we go.
You guys had a pretty rocky time. Pretty rough.
Sure, yeah, it does.
You guys been through a lot.
I know. I don't know what now, but anyway, you know. So I filled them out, and then once she realized that all assets are going to be split, you know, everything, you know. And I put down the house that she can buy down there because we're not divorced yet. Okay? Well, she fucking flipped her shit.
You said the paperwork was?
Well, anyway, so
Where was that paperwork?
she'd be downstairs. And I just, you know, just a rough draft, you know, stuff.
Is that where you were? Were you downstairs when this happened?
Yeah.
In the basement?
I was down there watching TV, getting the fire going on. First she was okay, and then it wasn't. And she didn't like the idea of liquidating the house down there. Because, you know, I told her, well, we got a house down here, we got a house here. So.
Was that discussion tonight or was that previous?
Tonight.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. I bought that 4 years ago. And, yesterday. I had in my safe till Sunday. And that's, we had most of the list done. We finished it tonight. And on the list, she's gonna let me have my safe and guns. And then she picked something. I picked something. One of the things she wanted was her gun. So I got her gun. What was that? The guy's put on the counter here.
Was it loaded?
Where's your safe? It's on the shelf. Yeah, over here. It was a little, yeah.
The one in the chamber?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What was it?
It's, I think it's a 226 Ruger 380.
Okay.
And,
did you teach her how to shoot?
yeah, she shot me.
So then what happened? So you're downstairs doing your paperwork.
Yeah, so I gave her the gun.
And was that tonight they gave you the gun, or did you Sunday?
Sunday. So Monday I went down to my dad's in Seattle and come back today. Just take a trip, picked up my brother-in-law.
On number?
No, we just drove. It's a 4-hour drive. Yeah. Spent the night and helped him out. He just moved up there. Then we come back, I got back this afternoon, tooled around, and she got home. She picked up something from the deli and went down there and finalized it. And she flipped it. She realized that the house has to be liquidated too. And she went upstairs and she had 6 o'clock before bed every fucking night. So I heard the fucking bathroom and that's the TV down there. I went down up. I know what's the guys talking. Oh. Anyway. I heard something hit the floor right now. It sounded like a shot. I didn't think it was a shot. And started watching TV, drank a beer, looked at my list, trying to think, I guess I lost track of time, but I come upstairs.
So you were going upstairs to do what?
Check on it. I haven't heard anything.
Was the bathroom door open or shut?
She never shuts anything.
Does she normally keep the bath in that room? The one off the master?
Yes. She's kind of made that hers.
Okay. And she takes one every night before bed. And is she sleeping in the master bedroom? Or are you guys sharing a bed right now?
Yeah. That's the thing.
What time does she usually go to bed?
It varies since we've been trying to work this out. It's probably been later. Anyway, like, yeah, she didn't have good color on her. Holy shit. Check her pulse. There's blood in there. Coming out of her nose or mouth or something. Or her head. Where do you check her pulse now? Both sides of her neck. I checked it both sides. Both sides of her curve. She was cold. And I wasn't completely sure. Fucking 3:80 in the morning. Yeah, but if she would have asked for that.
That was on Sunday.
You know, I wish I would have mentioned that I was carrying it. Yeah, Sunday I gave it to her. I don't know what she did with it.
She ever make any statements, had you concerned about her well-being?
Yeah, about every day. Well, it's just, she's so emotional. She tells me we should slow down. I agree with her. She'd go the way. This edge, last edge, we were pretty distant. You know. I knew something was up, but
Last one,
yeah, it really turned out to be, you know, pretty distant.
do you suspect she was cheating on you then?
I asked her that. I asked her to give me closure because, you know, she said she had.
You believe it?
Man, her behavior, I don't, it just doesn't add up. Okay.
What does it add up?
She's behaving the same way she was before. And before we had to go, I thought it was pretty good. And she said she didn't want a divorce, or she doesn't want a divorce. It changed about every other day.
Did she ever talk about who the divorce last time?
No,
She did.
I left. She asked for me back. I went back in.
How long did it been?
Oh, I started dating, first date was June 19th, 1993.
It's a long time for your lifetime. How old's your boy now?
24.
Is he,
Yeah.
is he going out right from, which never goes by?
Yes.
No, he's not.
They wouldn't let me.
So he doesn't know?
I asked for it. No, he doesn't. I'll see. You know, when he was a kid, he's downstairs here. That was when we had our first problems. And, she's upstairs with that gun. Very on problems. I told her, I said, that's not going to work out. She She had a fucking gun in her hand. She put it to her head. She freaked me the fuck out. And I thought, for sure, here we go. And dropped the gun and fucking shot through the floor. I shot through the floor and hit the tile by the wood stove. So I repaired some things downstairs and just fucking got away.
Same gun?
Same gun. And you know, the upstairs there's a part that, you know, you can see. I didn't repair that, which we're there drywall downstairs. Still fucking whole probably half floor. Well, of course it is. And then another time. And after that time, I don't know what to say. Second time. Same thing, she took out, threatened to shoot herself. No. 3 years ago. Goddamn, I don't even remember that. I really don't remember now. And I locked that fucker up and asked her to get help. She said she was.
When she had
I had a
the,
hard time believing that.
when she had the gun before it was locked up, where'd she keep it at?
She had it in her nightstand for a while. I think, I mean, I encouraged her to keep it in her purse. You know, commutes to work and shit.
For her protection, sure. So what time did you get home today? Was it dark? Was it light?
It was afternoon. Late afternoon.
I still understand, like, this is going to drag on forever. Holy cow, guys. I apologize, but yeah, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. Maybe we'll go 1.5 times, because these guys are boomering.
Was she home or?
4:30 or something. No, she didn't get off till 4:30 or something. No. She texted me she'd get her nails done. And then I asked her,
What time was that? What was that? So what was that? So was that a job for a good day?
well, she thinks she's going to think I have one out with her. This is she.
She know what she's saying?
Huh?
What was she saying there?
Oh, I'll tell you where, I'll tell you the law. Anyway, let's see. I'm getting my nails done after she went to the work. It's about 4 o'clock, 3:52.
What did you say you didn't know? If you didn't have anything?
Well, I had to work 2 extra days over on the stage. I normally go on Tuesday and go on Thursday. Excuse me. Take 2 days somewhere.
What you said?
Just
Did you mind forward? I mean, that's
we're just talking about, I'm just trying to encourage her to look forward and stop looking back. Let's see here. I asked her to call me. And then she called me. What was I trying to talk to her about? Oh, it was one more time she'd be home, so I said, here. And then I asked her to fix herself up. She's just leaving Spokane Valley at 6:09. And I said, okay, thanks. She probably got here about 7:30.
Go back to the part though, about her talking to you, excuse me.
Okay. So she stayed at a girl's place then for, oh, that's just, do you remember when was that? She said, when was that today? 3:52. She accused me of lying.
Where did that come from? There's something missing there?
No, she's
talking about.
She went to school, but she got the text, okay?
All of a sudden.
Yeah, so I've been dealing with this roller coaster emotional thing.
So are you?
I wish I know this is bad.
So here. So, were you thinking that she was doing something here?
What?
What are you guys talking about here?
Yeah.
So this is all today?
Should be. Oh, no shit. And then, having her brother with me didn't help her. She just accused him of being a trickster. I'll tell you about it. So, yeah, so she get her nails done, and then she's, I don't know what day she's on. And then she came back.
So she's going to mention your name for her up there.
Yeah. I was working too. I should guess. No. Okay. Bad.
So you guys have been having an emotional day here as well.
Everything's emotional.
Even when you're separated.
Oh, she won't stop texting. Maybe there's sometimes I text her too, but I mean, what's this one? Yeah, I've been trying to encourage her, and she has a house inspection that came in her house. Oh, this is a few years ago when I told you about the gun incident. She's referring there. Well, I asked her to get help, and maybe there's some medication to help her out. That wasn't me to tell her she's nuts. And then she accused me of telling her that she's nuts. It's not. Some people need it. And so, yeah, and then, I tell her, hey, it's never too late. I'm a better man now. Because, emotionally, I guess I was the best supportive. But, I mean, I just kind of matter of fact. So I just, anyway, yeah, that's what I'm about.
Do you have access to her phone? Do you ever go through her phone?
I don't know the code. I don't send you the code. No, I don't. Okay.
Well, some couples share and some people their privacy and.
Yeah, we don't. No. So, yeah. So I'm just trying to encourage her. She's back and forth, okay, on stuff. I woke up one morning, felt a little sleep, I woke up. It was a relief. Oh, okay, if I need these papers, I don't have to deal with it.
You mean, so she said, I want to move this child into my house.
So I bring up the fucking house and split everything, right?
But that's part of her escape plan, if she wants to escape, right?
Sure. I mean, that's where she wants to start with, that's fine.
Is there something, I mean, that's confusing, because she's talking about.
This is the way she talks, okay?
So she's talking about, I went into this job, into my house, I didn't believe that.
Okay,
so you say, fuck what they think.
Sorry, but sure. Just go back. Yeah. So,
I went this far, she talking about the house?
I think she's talking about what other people are thinking, because she got the house. She went and put earnest money in the house while I was up on the slope down there. Texting him up that she was going to go see an attorney. She saw the attorney a day before I got in, and then she got the papers. And I tried to talk her out of it. Let's talk first. Well, she didn't. And so, since I've been here, we've been just going back and forth. You want to make it work? Okay, I'll encourage you to make it work. If you don't want to make it work, I'm encouraging you to still make it work. I can see for her 7 years away. But then, I don't want to fill out the papers, and I'll do what she wants. That's what she wants. Then she will do everything 50-50, okay? That includes a flipping house down there. Okay.
So obviously you're wanting to make things work here, and she's
I'm trying to encourage her.
She's talking about not hearing me, I want the house to change.
Okay.
I thought, it breaks my heart, I'm ready.
And then she'll come back, and I'm not sure the do-overs. I love it. understand about the hotel. What you think you like about the hotel? Oh, she think I stayed 2 days ago at the motel or something. With that I was working. This is like the day night before she's telling me, or 2 nights before she's telling me, you know, we can change and make it better, so, you know, we're going back and forth. She said you can't move on, you respond to her, let's talk future, and you get it past her things, we're going to argue about it. And that's up to them. Yeah, she still thinks about it. Whatever. Something we have with her? No. Who did you meet around with her? She didn't say. Some girl living in Alaska. See, she's so concerned about, she wants a divorce in Chicago. She's so concerned about that. And come back, ultimately, it's working out. I can imagine you think anybody else. Yeah, so she knew that you lied and that you stayed with a female. No, that wasn't the case. Stayed with a female, she called the credit card company. Yeah, and there was no motel charge. No kidding. I showed her my flight coming in, my lunch flight. I showed her going from Prudhoe Bay down to Anchorage, and then so this was argument was about that Curly's when you got home. She said I knew why you made Curly's about it. Well, I think there was amongst a lot of stuff that we talked about. But we talked to her. She's crying all the time. I just didn't understand. When you thought, did it ever get visible? So I can kind of give these encouraging paragraphs because we're beating a dead dog here. I didn't. She's just hammering the shit out of you about having an affair. Yeah. And whatever, no matter what I tell her and show her, it's not. That's not the case. So you were seeing an attorney? No. That's what she said. And then said you were seeing an attorney. You cheated when you walked. You said, no. She screenshot the money back in all. What is the concern thing with the close? Okay. And then you were seeing an attorney. Okay. That makes sense. He said, okay. Gotcha. She's just not listening. She doesn't believe in this issue. Yeah. It's like 4:27 p.m. You're asking her to call you. Yeah, she called me briefly. And asked for me. Yeah, well, let's, and then, you know, so, I mean, obviously, so she thinks you're going to cheat, right? Yeah, I got it. So that's probably... And this is the 2 days, she thinks, and this is all about, I'm supposed to come on Tuesday, I came on Thursday last week. This is what that was all about. And I can tell you, I can show you my flight from Prudhoe Bay to Anchorage on the 28th, on Thursday. And then, you know, I flew all the way down here. I was up working. You're not in Prudhoe Bay unless you're working. It's no playground. So, anyway, yeah. So I had to convince her that, and I showed her, you know, no, I wasn't at a motel in Anchorage, Kenny, because that's what you were at a motel in Anchorage. No, you know. And she said you looked at the receipt, though. No, she looked at the receipt, and there was no receipt for a motel in Anchorage. But it doesn't matter. I mean, period on the 28th for my flight from Prudhoe Bay to Anchorage. So, no, I absolutely not. I absolutely was not, will not. Can't believe it. So, it's a nice thing. I know what it was. I got up the house. She's lying down there. They put it on the list of shit we're splitting. And that started off. And it was pretty cordial up to that point.
Scale 1 to 10, how upset was she when she saw the house on the list? The house on the list, the Kendy Howard house.
Oh, she said, that's bullshit. I'm going to take it back. And she started crying, and of course, cries all the time now because she wants to divorce. And then she cries and says, no, we can give it a chance. She goes upstairs, I hear the water running, and she says, a bang later. I thought it sounded like something on the floor. I was watching TV, the fan was going. Somebody did upstairs. You know, I don't that shit, but I don't go to bed till late.
How much time do you think went by between the time you heard the sound until you went upstairs?
An hour and a half.
That long?
Yeah, I had a couple beers down there, or a fridge. And,
Good.
hour and a half, something like that.
Okay. I wouldn't expect you to know exactly. And so her plan was for both of you guys to spend the night here then? As far as you know?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I offer, every night I'll offer, I'll spend the night in the room. No, come over here. Okay.
She's pretty tight with her parents, I take it, if she wants to work down there?
She really was until last summer, and she started going down more. That's what she wants, that's fine. Fuck.
And they haven't been told, I take it? Her parents? Been told about what happened tonight?
Oh, no. He has to get my boy over here, I thought. Just...
Obviously, they're going to be upset, but what do you think? Do you get along with them? What do you think they're...
I came over at Christmas. I mean, well, if we're having troubles, and she told them, I don't know. Yeah, we get along. Absolutely. Her brother doesn't get along with his parents. I started a shit show because I picked him up to go see my dad because he kind of like, my dad get together. And I dropped him off to the airport yesterday. And much text on that, and we started shit.
So how does the brother start shit? I don't understand.
Well, that's what she claims. He's starting shit. Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What's he saying?
Well, she went and got a house in Atlanta. And he thought that was bullshit. And he told me he thought, she's acting like she's having an affair down there. Well, maybe she was. I don't know. Sure's not, probably not worth this. Talk to being friends, still doing holidays together if we divorce. Sometimes she wanted a divorce, sometimes I wanted a divorce. Sometimes I didn't want the divorce. I text her, let's make it work out. Then, yes, I don't know if it's, I wish we had divorced yours, so thank you. Shit.
Well, it's a tragedy.
It's an understatement. It wasn't due before, I don't know. That's all fun kids.
How many kids do you have?
Got 2.
Is the other one local as well?
No. Local, I think, a little shot.
We can understand some of our concerns here. You guys are going through a tough time. Someone ends up deceased. There's only 2 possible reasons, you understand? I'm not accusing of anything, just gotta take a look at everything.
Don't touch it. I love it. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Sometimes I should please, you know, reconsider this and that, sometimes. Okay.
How long have you been working up in Alaska now?
Oh. 5 years. Are you looking for somebody, you said, or are you looking for a job? You work for Athol. What do you mean? Loaders, of those trucks, bed trucks. I'll go down 9. And then the logistics at night too. Anything needs to be made on tools, drilling tools.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's good water in here, right? That's an awful lot. And I'll tell you, you do this job long enough, you know, as well as we do. So I'm gonna ask you.
Well, no. This conversation's gonna be over if we keep this one line up.
No, I gotta ask the question.
You know what we do?
So I was saying,
Let me shoot with a fucking gun. Let me shoot with a fucking. Ask for that gun as part of her fucking.
You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, we have to.
Sorry. That's all I know.
Is there any reason that you have gunshot residue on your person?
I shot my 40 today. But I shot her.
Okay, when was that?
3:30 or something.
You're on the property, or? Where at?
By the tree over there. I put it together. It was more or less a function check. I popped up a few rounds. But I shot her since then. I don't know. No, there should be.
Okay. And are these the same clothes that you were wearing earlier?
Yes.
When you were downstairs?
Yes.
You didn't change, or you don't want something different?
No.
when'd you take that shower?
Cool. 4:35.
What side of bed do you sleep on?
The left side of that.
You been sleeping much this week?
Yeah. Well, unless I can. Yeah.
You working nights all up in Alaska?
Yeah.
So your sleep screwed up?
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
What time getting to sleep at night?
Oh, varies. I mean, I'm with George in bed.
What's the last thing Kendy said to you?
Something about that house being on our list being bullshit. told her, well, this house is mine. That house is mine.
Do you have an issue with anything else?
Huh?
Do you have an issue with anything else on the list?
No. I'll just decide whether or not buy the tractor back from her or not. That's not a big deal. We both split up, it'll be fine, you know. And I told her that. That's what she wants, to do 50-50. I fucking wrote it down. We'll split up. And, you know, as I give her the papers to take to the attorney right up. To the top. Whatever I wrote down. No big deal. It's a big deal, but here it is.
She hasn't bought the house yet, no, she put money down on it, is it closing, that's
The
what.
money down on it was inspected today, so whatever the process is from there, it's been a long time since all this.
So what, an escrow, I guess will be,
We were gonna go down at the end of the week, I discussed going down to split the accounts up between us. You know, it doesn't matter when we do it, there's always a record of it, so I was just saying, because I wanted her to have the money to, you know, put down on it and finalize it. And she had some remodeling to do, and I said, well, let's just split the money up, you know, we got money to do with. She texts me if she wanted a divorce and I come home and tell me, I don't know that. You know, I love her, so it's whatever she wants. I'd rather stay, of course, I told her as much. But, you know, if it's an affair or something like that, I couldn't do it anymore. She says that there wasn't.
but her brother thinks there was one.
Good, everybody thinks it was.
Did he think or did he know?
Thought.
Did you talk about it much when we went down to your dad's?
Not much. I told him I didn't care. So, basically, this grew apart me. We're didn't know much. She expressed someone, she gave me the papers, and I filled it out. That's what she wanted.
We've got, let's go check and see what's going on, things on, okay? All right. Hey, guys. Hey, fellas. Yeah. We're gonna step out and check on things, see what's taking so long.
Notice they keep talking about him. They talk about him like rubbing his hands and stuff in his pockets. It's Idaho in February and it's dark outside, meaning it's cold. They said the fireplace is running full tilt. Yeah, imagine that. His hands are going to be cold. He put his hands in his pockets. Like, yeah. So that's why I hate it when they do this shit, because they make very innocuous statements look sketchy.
And as best we can, if you speak to the microphone. You may call.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Courtney Lambert, Lampert.
Is Lambert a married name or maiden name for you?
Married.
Are you related by blood or marriage to Dean and Michelle Lambert?
Married, yeah.
Can you explain that?
I'm married to their son.
Do you know individuals by the name of Kendy Howard and Dan Howard?
Yes.
How did you come to know Kendy and Dan Howard?
We grew up with their son and we went to junior high and high school with him.
And what was his name?
Wyatt Howard.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Josh Lambert.
Was there any closeness to the relationship between your husband and Wyatt?
Yes, they were very close.
And was it through him that you socialized with Dan and Kendy?
Through Wyatt? Yes.
During the course of getting to know Kendy and Dan, did you ever exchange phone numbers with Kendy?
We spoke mostly through Facebook Messenger, so I might have had her phone number, but that was basically how we talked.
Okay, it was through Messenger?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a real estate agent.
And do you do residential real estate?
Yes.
In January of 2021, did you have a Facebook Messenger conversation with Kendy Howard?
Yes.
Did that conversation go into early February of 2021?
Yes.
What was, generally speaking, that conversation about?
They were, well, January, I believe it was like 26, we were talking about listing their lot lands they have in Spirit Lake, and then we went into talking about listing their actual house.
Did Kendy reach out to you about those listings, or did you reach out to her?
She reached out to me.
Did she ask you at that point in time to give you information about that?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you why she was reaching out?
Just that they were looking to sell.
At some point in the conversation, did you make arrangements to discuss these potential sales, potential listings with her further?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not you solidified a plan to get together with her to talk further?
Yes.
And do you recall what date you had planned to get together with Kendy?
February 3rd, it was a Wednesday at like 6 o'clock at night.
Ms. Lambert, permission to approach the witness? I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 41A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the conversation between Kendy and I.
Is that appear to be an accurate portion of the conversation that you had with Kendy as
Yes.
it relates to the listing?
Yes.
Move to admit States 41A.
No objection. 41A is admitted.
Move to publish.
Okay.
I've lost my bailiff, so permission to approach the witness. Start that jury. In that last message, you reached out to Kendy to see if the two of you were still on for that night, correct?
Yes.
And did you at some point come to find out that Kendy was deceased?
Yes, a couple hours after that.
After you found out that Kendy was deceased, at some point, did you have further contact with Daniel Howard?
Yes.
Was Daniel Howard a person that you had regular contact with before this?
No.
Was there a particular reason that you made contact with Daniel Howard?
Yes.
What reason was that?
To get some things that he was trying to sell.
Was there a particular item that you were trying to acquire?
Yes.
What was that?
They're like glass chickens that Kendy collected.
Are you aware or not whether it was a large collection of glass chickens?
It was a decent collection.
And so did you reach out to him about acquiring the chickens?
Yes.
When you reached out to him, did you make an offer?
Yes.
How much did you offer him for the chickens?
I believe at first it was like 1,000 or 1,500, and then it ended up going up to like 2,000.
Were you able to purchase Kendy's chickens from Daniel Howard for $2,000?
No.
Did you intend to keep those chickens for yourself?
No.
What were you going to do with the chickens?
They were supposed to be given to Kenley.
And who was Kenley?
Kenny's granddaughter.
And did you tell Daniel Howard that you were trying to buy those chickens to give to the granddaughter?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness.
You ready?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 41C. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize this to be?
This is a conversation between Dan Howard and myself.
About buying the chickens?
About buying the chickens.
And does that appear to be an accurate copy of that conversation?
Yes.
And does that indicate in this conversation as to why Dan Howard did not sell you the chickens?
Yes.
And what reason was that?
Because he wanted basically a down payment for the chickens without actually giving it to us up front, and I wasn't willing to do that.
Move to admit States 41C.
Yeah, moment. Yeah. Where do you want to see this?
Senator, I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Johnson, though.
Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Briefly, Your Honor. You mentioned that your husband and Wyatt were close.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did they play sports together?
They did.
To your knowledge, who's the coach for the sports team?
Just any relevance?
Sure.
Sustain.
When was the issue with the chickens?
It was after Kendy was deceased.
A ways after a month or two?
No, I think it was like right after.
I don't know the question right now.
Can you read it?
Fair enough.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. Next witness.
Kelsey B. Ferris.
You come forward, please. Go ahead, face the person, please raise your right hand and swear.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. If you have a seat there, and as best you can, speak in the microphone. Name, please.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you please advise the jury of your name and spell your name?
Kelsey Butherus, Kelsi Butherus, Butherus.
Thank you. Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm an optometrist. I work at Costco, so I'm the eye doctor there.
Okay. And what training and education do you have to be an eye doctor?
So I went to Pacific University. It's a 4-year graduate program.
Okay. And how long have you been a doctor?
I graduated in 2008.
And how have you spent your career as a doctor?
My first year out, I did a residency at the Spokane VA Hospital, and then I directly started working for Costco in 2009, and I've been there ever since.
Are you here at the Coeur d'Alene Hospital?
Yes.
And part of your job, what does that entail?
Routine eye exams. People come in to get updated glasses, contact lenses. Of course, we do eye health checks as well.
Okay. So you do eye exams of Costco customers?
You don't actually have to be a Costco member, but most of them are, yes.
Okay. And do you or does Costco keep and make regular records of the exams you give?
Yes.
And do you keep these records?
They're electronic records on a remote server, but yes.
Okay. And how are these records generated? How do you keep them?
Well, of course, they're electronic on a computer system. The server's in Oregon, but I have access to it. Just you log in. And
I guess you have a tablet or a computer?
A laptop, a desktop, yes.
And you enter the information in during or right after the exam?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a regular practice for you at Costco to keep these records?
Yes.
And so if somebody comes into Costco and gets an eye exam, will be a record of that?
Yes.
And do you have access to that database and you can pull those records afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah, for Your Honor. Yeah. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 48. You'll take a look at that. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is that exhibit?
This is a summary of the exam I had with Kendy Howard. The formatting is slightly different than what I see on my screen, but it has all the same information on it.
So when that's printed out, does that look normal to you?
Yes.
Okay. And so what date was this exam of Kendy Howard?
Exam date January 30th, 2021.
Okay. So on January 30th, 2021, Kendy came into Costco for an eye exam and you gave her that eye exam?
Yes.
After eye exams, what happens next?
When I'm done with the patient, I'll take them up to my staff. They pay their bill, and then they're free to purchase their glasses, contact lenses from wherever they choose. Most of them go to Costco, but
Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No further question.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. So did you offer that exhibit? I don't have that you ever offered that.
Move to admit.
Any advisor?
Your Honor, I move to admit that exhibit.
Let me put it here. Yeah. Just give that a shot. Okay.
More body cam, guys.
Just now. Hey guys, if you want to take a break, feel free. Sorry everything's taking so long, I really, really apologize.
Do you have a preference for well, if you don't necessarily have to do it here, but sort of shoot the whole page, because I would imagine she'll probably want to be Tammy at. So I'll probably want to talk to her family now. As far as getting somebody out, you know. Athol. No, we'll take her on. We'll do it. You know, unfortunately, I have to apologize for taking so long. But also, it's kind of ridiculous. She's supposed to be. Who can look her up? Did she work where's she working down here? Records or anywhere else? Shipping receipt. Shipping receipt. What's that? What's really going on? I can imagine.
Hey, Dan, what's her parents' names?
Jane and Kimball. Who is this? She's not a mother? What's his name? Ryan. Who do you got contact with? No, that's all right. It's hard to read this one. And then, yeah, for sure.
And it was Brian that you went down to visit your dad with? Because I got a couple questions just to clarify some things. Her pistol, was that in a holster? Okay. Well, I was just kind of curious if you got a holster for it. Okay. Okay, probably with the... So that standard purse was...
What's that? The properties were split and all that.
everything's going good and smooth.
You know, it's, you brought that up, I had a question about that. Was there, when you first talked to us, it sounded like you were liquidating everything. Yeah. I was just wondering, why wasn't there agreement of, I'll take this house, you take the house in Canyon?
That's what I was getting over. That's one of the last things we're addressing.
Because you were saying she was upset because you said it's community property, you said you would have to liquidate that as well. But didn't you just say, I'll take this house, you take that house?
She started crying and said that was bullshit. Off she went. Because I kicked her out the attic, I get home after that. Well, it's not possible.
Is that, I was assuming you wanted to keep this house? Or did you just want to get rid of this house? I meant before tonight.
However it shake out, we're trying to work it out. So, no, I didn't have any aspirations to keep it. I didn't, but I thought about, we have to liquidate this house and we have to liquidate the house. And, yeah. She's not at all.
And real quick, let's circle back around to the 40 that you said it was a 40 that you shot today? Or yesterday? Okay, so is that something, a little thing that you did when you got back from your trip? Okay. And you had it in the pickup?
No.
Oh. Okay. So it was in the safe, you pulled it out of the safe, you worked on it, shot it, make sure.
Just like trust it. Recycle. Recycle. I just trust possible water. So I changed it.
Okay.
I'm only afraid of something.
Okay.
Where do you go to? 45. Probably pulled out some people out there. Shot it.
And did you buy a new one yet? The pistol? Did you buy that new or used? Okay.
he living with anybody?
Yeah, so Gates, English, and Bell Tower are the three big ones.
For rotation, English or Bell Tower. Bell Tower.
Oh, yeah, no, I think we just go with the rotation, and then if it needs to be transferred to be done as well. It's not like you're locked in stone.
English is just south of Harrisburg.
Gates.
Parents and brothers.
I would agree with that, but in case there's, for some reason I need to do some follow-up, it's a lot easier than making much phone calls. Yeah, we're not. I agree.
Brian, 790-337.
Okay.
Almost 935. 42.
This kid is best friend.
Oh. Did you ever do Girls Night Out or anything like that?
No, she doesn't do girls and she does.
Yeah, guys, Kendy, Daniel Howard called in the body late at night, and this is 5 a.m. So they've been up all night dealing with this. So it's 5 a.m. now, and they're grilling him.
Sometimes.
Just so we're close friends. She work with her? Or? Where'd you camp at? Did you go down the park or just around it somewhere? It's active, hell going down there. Yeah. So did she have any groups or activities that she belonged to? Did she have any social clubs or go to church? So other than work, what'd you do with your free time? What'd you do to keep yourself busy while you were gone? Yard sales. She liked yard sales? She's on social media a lot. What was there? She had Instagram, a Facebook, or Twitter? Facebook. That's the only reason I messaged her. Oh, okay. So is that a main form of communication when you're, I'm not familiar with, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. You worked up in, was it Prudhoe Bay, did you say? No, so, I don't know how cell phone reception is, so was it through like Facebook Messenger? No, okay. And what did you say, I didn't get a job done, you worked for EIS up there, was that? I'm assuming they're a huge company. Not to get off topic or anything, but is there anything that the new government's done, is that going to affect any of the business up there? Oh, okay. When were you go back to work? So, she wasn't a fan, so what was it, 3 weeks up there and 2 weeks back home? Oh, 3 and 3? And she struggled with that schedule?
I'm just guessing.
Did she share with you your plans on what kids are growing out of the house? What was the goal to always go back to a smaller town, or?
No. She didn't really talk too much about it. When I come back and said she wanted to get that house down there. Split our assets up. She was going to move down there and remodel it. I haven't seen it personally. She's really pictures. She asked me what she'd be doing here. I asked if that's what she truly wanted. She said, yeah, it's okay. I said, no. You actually remodel it. Something else get together all days with the divorce. She could still text me. Works. There's no spark left. Yes. I wanted to try. We both took over throughout the years, just tried it different times. And see, she was really conflicted. So I just tried to get the message all the time when I was here. I was going to give it a shot.
So,
ultimately, I put it on the papers.
well, damned if you do and damned if you don't, right?
Well, in my mind, I did everything I could. And, I want to friendly schools.
Sure.
We got kids. We still have love for each other, obviously.
But it was going to take a while for that to happen, because the house isn't technically hers yet, plus she wanted to do some remodeling, so she wasn't going to leave next week.
No, it's not going to hit you too. But I said, if it's sold, I mean, we went through these scenarios. Well, she said things now. People come out. I was good with that. She went on schedule, so.
So if the divorce went through, what was your plan? You liquidated everything and you got stuff out of here, and you're working up in Alaska.
I did it. So my plan was, I went down to visit my dad on reasons I stopped him at a lot. I'll send straight here. It's right for us, south of White River. So, you see. So, he's older and I love that area. I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited about it. If we go through divorce, I do that. So yeah. We both made kind of have an idea of what we're going to do.
And you got some contingencies if it doesn't work out when things are kind of shaky, right?
I mean, before I mean,
No, I'm just talking about it. It sounds like it's been rough for a little while. So you guys,
it's just, nothing. It's just, it's a real hard type of thing. We really agreed on that. And we did. The one time she got placed off was before her brother, she thought her brother was feeding me a bunch of bullshit. She was what she was doing. Well, it wasn't the case where she found a house. What she told me was, and she's gonna, I guess it'd be honest for the people she's told about, that's fine, man. That's fine, man. You want nothing else.
In Kendy Howard?
And he's not like it was the corner, just talking for a while. And she was all for it. So we sat there. That's what we talked about. The plan, the plan to split up. We went to bed together.
get out for a while.
So it sounds like you guys have kind of had a plan, and all of a sudden she flips out, was that?
It happens occasionally. I mean, it's like every other day I'll text her, she goes, text her positive things in our relationship, like happen. And she'll go, no, and she'll get home, and she'll start crying, and go, yeah, I don't want to do this. And then she'll text me, I don't want to hurt you, but I got this going on right now. She's really conflicted, I think. That's my house today. She was conflicted. And so I just kind of went with it, and if I messaged her or talked to her, just let her know I was there. But when we decided, when we did the paperwork, instead of best, I told her, I said, well, if you stop by, if you got the papers from the attorney, I said, why don't you bring them in? And we'll fill them out, and they'll be there. So, we can agree on whatever. It was, I said, do you want this? Yeah. Okay, well, I would like this. Very right. Okay. Next slide. It was going great. And then we finished it last night, or we finished it, we got down to the big stuff. Okay, I said, it's 50-50, so this, whatever it was, after the trailer was boat. And the houses, retirement, I think, per seat, what years ago, finally, do the calculations. And then she got her retirement. So she understood everything was 50-50. And get to the house, liquidate the house. Yes. When we liquidate this one, and we liquidate the one that we're buying again now. And look, that was her plan. And I was trying, I said, well, I'll buy equity into this one, keep that one, leave this one here for now. I don't have to worry about that. She's telling me about this is bullshit. She fucking was trying. I decided, well, it's not her plan. She was trying to call her around, make sure she's okay.
I know what you said was, what her last words were to you, what was your last words to her? Was there anything out of anger?
No, I just told her we could keep both houses. Whatever's worth, we can make that one go. And that's what I was trying to explain to her. She's really upset. Okay, so, okay.
When you guys got home, did she continue to question you, accuse you of like this affair last time?
No. Yeah, first. And until I showed her my ticket from her slow down the day I got here that morning.
What was she talking about as far as the credit card receipt? She said she when she contacted the credit card. Her text, she said she contacted the credit card.
No. And not really the hotel room. It's kind of hard to read a text sometimes. What she did was, there was no receipt from the hotel room. So where was I saying? So I'm pretty sure that's what you had to do.
And that's why I'm asking these questions.
Hey, I understand where you come from. And I know Debbie's Robert before, she was a candy knife. But I can tell you, neither of us touch each other. Neither of us raise our voice in the hunter. Maybe raise one or the other just to make a point, but not yelling.
Do you know what she told the deputies that night?
I do not know. I asked her, what the hell are you guys doing here? She wants to get back and leave. Okay. If that's what she wants to do. But we never touch each other. Good. Good night. You look at?
We go to that long, we split it up.
So I was confused on that. It's nuts.
I don't mean, I don't recognize.
She was going, she said, well, really not, though she did, but she didn't. And so I tried to be positive.
and there, as long as I was here. You know, we've been through a lot. So. But just finally more stuff. It was me too. I mean, of course I want to stay together. I guess it's a convenience, you know. I told you know, we did a couple times I heard you really worked on it, worked on it for a while, something like that. I just try to keep it upbeat and ask her what you want. I told her I just want to make sure I do everything I can. But, you know, the divorce is going to happen.
Was she pregnant?
No, well, not since you got home. And I don't think she has it. The other night, and that deputies are here. You know, she drank a lot. And she ate her head. I didn't know she got it. She was, and then she went to bed for a few hours and I straight around a little bit. I kind of patrolled up her. But well, really, what? That's great. Long hour. She drank a bunch of beers. And we're going out to the car and so give me the keys because I just had about, I think I had some. But you don't ride on that. No, trying to drive. She's real fun. Just in case, you know, we spread those out over so many hours. But, you know, she out there, she drank some water, I drank some water. I don't drink on slow. So, I'm going to go to 12. But she had like a whole. She said she bought bottles of there, so I don't know.
She stopped drinking recently?
Did she stop?
Yeah, she stopped.
Dry out for a while. So much shit.
It's private.
Yes. Did she?
Carol.
Oh. Who's that?
Carol's in the meeting.
Awesome.
Also, I'm surprised that this person, the same person, who spoke with me recently, it says that there was no way she was suicidal. And she's been talking about the course of what she's doing. She's going for a clean start.
She's suicidal. She's demonstrated some of that past, but I didn't think she was.
Have you ever known her to AA before in your life? Anytime? Was drinking a problem for her?
She got stopped from DUI, got reduced, and she had no classes in it. Is that
She was there recently.
No, it was not.
This was the last day.
Oh. She had to take some classes. So it was going to be charges and chance of abuse.
No, if you make this fair, if we were to contact people in work with
You know, environmental witness, is, but so. Sucks. Work with the lights. This is tragedy. You know, it only has to break down and something. Which is a great deal, yes.
Search warrant. Get a copy. Start doing some pictures and drawings. Is there anything you can think of? Do you have an answer? Yeah. Sure.
I don't know. Well, I'm sure there's something wrong. Someone was shooting up off. I don't know. But I tell you, when you put that, or else it can be on the list of stuff we have to look at. That's not wrong today.
And I have to ask, I want to go back to that. So before you went up the last time, did you have any idea she was looking for another house? So when was the last time, or excuse me, when was the first time you found out about this? When she picked you up, or did she send you a message? Yeah, that's the off. I mean, I'd be a little bit upset to find out I'm gone 3 weeks and my wife buys a house.
A couple days before, she texted me that she was going to see him. I asked her to wait till we sit down and talk. That's okay. So that really shocked me too much.
It must not have been she bad because you guys thought she early, right?
She had mentioned wanting to get a small house before. That's what she wanted to do.
So you guys have been talking about this for a while.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, as far as marriage, I'm very good. Yeah, sure. I mean,
See, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So when she mentioned little things like that, I didn't know she was actually, well, then really she said, well, I put money down on my house. Okay. That's what you want to do. Shit, my brother. Oh.
I'm sure you didn't expect this. I gotta ask. We started digging into stuff, or we can find the other girlfriends.
No.
You know, I gotta ask you, I ask you this, if you're mad. You know the deal, if you're in my shoes, you would ask it too.
No, slice plate, it's not all downstairs. I'm thinking that shoulder was going to take away the dream or something she had or something. I've been floating around in my mind. When I put that down there and said, well, then liquidate this, that was the dream, I guess. Having that house with normal. I thought that was part of all the property we should be.
Do you know which realtor she used?
No.
What sort of house was it?
It was a single level in the 50s.
Mr. Harris, I think we're about a community on top.
The record could reflect we stopped in at 5 in the morning, 5:41 in the morning.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take our new recess. Members of the jury will be recessed until 1:30. Come back here again. We'll discuss the case on these also. They will have formal opinion necessary. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're taking the lunch break here. We're going to skip ahead. Here we go.
School and then college.
Ooh, a little too far. There we go. Brandon's a very good point. He's an ex-cop. Why is he talking to them? I think it's very dumb, but it's because he thinks he's with his friends. And he's one of the guys that he could BS them because he knows all their things. And that alone should just show you that cops think when you ask for a lawyer, you're up to no good. That's the sad part. Because he knows that, and he knows that they know that.
As a doctor? And how long have you been a doctor?
22 years.
And describe to the jury just briefly your education, how you became a doctor.
Well, high school and then college. 5 years in college and then 4 years in medical school, and then residency, family medicine residency for 3 years, and then came out here right after that.
And how long have you, where's your practice at currently?
It's in Post Falls on Polston Avenue.
And how long have you been there in Post Falls?
22 years.
And over the course of your career, did you ever treat a patient by the name of Kendy Howard?
I did.
And do you recall when you began first seeing or treating Kendy Howard?
Our first visit was in 2004.
And in anticipation of this trial, were you able to kind of review the history of you treating Kendy Howard?
I have.
And in your review of Kendy Howard's treatment for you and your own memories, did you ever treat Kendy Howard for having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever express any suicidal ideations to you?
No.
Did you ever treat Kendy Howard for any conditions that would have caused her to bruise easily?
No.
I think one of the last questions I have for you, doctor, is did you ever prescribe her medication?
Yes.
And do you recall what the medication was?
I prescribed her phentermine off and on.
And can you tell the jury what phentermine is and what it's for?
It's for weight loss.
Okay. Doctor, at this time, I have no further questions for you. Thank you. President.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Hi. So were you her primary care?
I was.
And so any notes within the office you would have access to?
The medical record from 2014 on forward, yes. Those are digital. And prior to that, it was paper copies, which have been shredded.
Isn't it true that on April 11, 2019, Ms. Howard...
Jack, this is beyond scope of direct examination.
Directly tied to the carrier.
Actually, I will have counsel approach this time.
Howard, would that have visited Post Falls Family Medicine?
At the records, but...
Would that help you?
It would.
Can you approach on her?
Yeah.
Doctor, I've handed you, just for identification purposes, what's been marked as defense exhibit E.
Okay.
Do you have a chance to review that?
I have.
And is it true that on February 11th, 2019, Ms. Howard visited Post Falls Family Medicine?
She did.
For the primary purpose of anxiety and depression?
Yes.
No further questions. Never treated this. Right? Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Howard, Ford, I'm going to read something to you from the notes the counsel just showed you. It says, this is an initial visit. The patient presents with anxious, fearful thoughts.
Objection, may we approach? You good, Bert?
I think it's funny. They're going to be fighting over every other word in these medical records.
Doctor, let me just shift gears a little bit here. So Dr. Ford, Kendy visited you, according to these notes, on April 11th, 2019, correct?
She didn't visit me. It was a nurse practitioner that worked with us on that particular visit.
And are you aware that around that time frame that Kendy had a breast cancer scare?
Just from the notes from what I read.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And specifically, it was documented that she had anxious, fearful thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. excessive worry, and fearful thoughts. Would those be consistent with somebody having a breast cancer scare?
Yes.
It also says that she denies a depressed mood and denies thoughts of death or suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to call John Kearns.
Definitely, sir. Please face my clerk and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a seat in the witness stand? As best we can, I'll ask you to speak to the microphone.
Okay, thanks.
You may apply.
Thank you. Sir, could you please advise the jury of your name and please spell your last name?
My name is John Kearns, Kerns.
And sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a optical manager for Costco.
How long have you been doing that?
25 and a half years.
Here in Coeur d'Alene?
Well, the last, I moved here October 2011. I transferred from Canada to there, so.
Okay. And what do you do as part of your job?
Well, I basically facilitate taking orders and entering prescriptions and advising on eyewear needs, as well as the management duties.
Okay. If somebody gets a eye exam at Costco from a doctor, and then they choose to fill that prescription and purchase contacts or glasses at Costco, will they come to you?
But yeah, me or one of my staff members.
Okay. And if that happens, does Costco keep and make records kind of documenting what they buy?
Yes.
And do you enter that information into a system so Costco can keep track of that stuff?
Yeah, we do.
And I'm going to go ahead and approach it. That's okay, Your Honor? Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 49. Can you take a look at that? Does that look like a record you keep at Costco from somebody buying contacts or glasses?
Yeah, it does.
And after looking at that exhibit, do you remember dealing with a customer by the name of Kendy Howard on January 30th, 2021?
Not me. No.
Not you? Okay. Did Kendy Howard come in on that date to purchase things from the eye department at Costco?
I would say.
Hold on, sir.
I'll sustain the objection. Ask you to lay foundation.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kearns, how many people work with you and fill prescriptions like you?
9 plus me.
Okay. And do they all do the same thing as far as making and keeping records and entering into the system?
Yes.
And do you all have access to that system?
Yes.
And so using that system, are you able to look at and retrieve documents from other customers that maybe you didn't deal with?
Yes.
And do you know that system to be an accurate way to keep these records?
Yes.
Does that document look like it's one of those accurate records that Costco keeps?
It does.
And so after looking at that record, are you able to determine whether or not Kendy Howard purchased glasses from Costco on January 30th, 2021?
Yeah, I would say for sure. There's certain measurements that have to be taken in order to make this valid, and it looks like those measurements haven't been taken, so she would have to be there for that.
And what exactly is that exhibit? What did Kendy buy?
The top one here is a set of, looks like prescription sunglasses. She got a driver lens, and then she got a frame along with that. And the one underneath it is an everyday pair, I would call it, just a clear lens with a frame included on that one as well.
So she bought 2 separate pairs of glasses basically on January 30th?
She did.
Your Honor, I move to admit.
Exhibit, sorry, 49 or 49? 49 is submitted. Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness. Any questions, Mr. Johnson?
Good afternoon. No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Will you resume for Chief Judge?
Yes, we'll resume the video.
There's a single level in the room.
And Your Honor, did I say 5:41 in the morning?
Yes, you did.
Okay, we're about 10 seconds away from that. Is that okay?
Please. Did you create 100 paper from here for 8 9? What's the rebuttal? Plus the application. I'm sure she'd get off to the way this house. That's it. You said about 220, it's people bid 220 up, she says to be old and stuff like that, so I wrote down 220 on that. But, well, okay, we're going by market value or, shall we both do this list out?
The other thing we have to bring up here is, obviously, you just dropped, you were set, and sobbing throughout the night, right? But there's no tears coming out.
You should be moved.
Okay.
Not bad.
Who did you think she was having?
We should spend a lot of time down there when we were done. The folks.
That's what I said, just with folks.
Other than a mystery boyfriend, is there any other place she would stay down there? I just didn't know if she had a friend she would go visit, stay with, or... Because the brother lives in Lewiston, right?
Why did you think she was having?
He said it's obvious why she's out there. You go to Rose, I can't. I told him, he's not at all. Doesn't matter.
So it's deteriorating relationship. You know what I'm telling you, you're past that point.
Yeah, that's like, that's all that, you know, I want her to stay here, but ultimately, we don't get a divorce, I just don't. I'm glad that we can go apart now for a while. It wasn't my baby. I'm trying not to, we both knew it was time.
How much do you guys have an asset right now? About that.
I know that. It depends on things self-work is.
What's wrong with us?
I'm not sure. I mean, you know, we both get away with about something like 400,000 each or something, safely, which is fine.
How much were you hoping to get for this place?
I don't know.
Where the market is?
He just told me between 600,000 and 800,000, she said. I couldn't believe it. You know? Yeah. And I told her, well, it's the time to get divorced, it's prices are up, so, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, so, yeah. We were going apart for quite a long time, just going here and there. Nothing surprised me. There was times when I asked her if we probably should have divorced. There was times that, anyway, just went back and forth and everything at the same time, quite a while. Then we both talked, agreed that was the case. And, facility if you let me.
You got a lifetime.
Sure, I mean, no matter what happens, you're always gonna have a place I love for. Sure. It's just emotionally draining right now.
Sure. Any life insurance policies?
I didn't take one out.
Do you get any, I don't know what sort of benefits you get from E&I?
Okay. Health insurance. 401k, duty.
What do you think?
Where? For the year. Oh, nice. That's what you're. This is, stick to your schedule, and I'll forget it.
It's not too shabby.
I told her, I said, you know, she kept telling me, where's my job, where's my job? Well, you are going, relax. I know what you want to do.
So you mentioned there were 2 other times that she's on suicide.
Let's do it.
One time she shot.
No, that was. So,
Making that display. But you said she held it into her head and pointed it down.
I try not to put it up.
So is it just,
I mean, I patched it up. I have to say how much. I just told Mom that accident. Put it on, so not a big deal. An accident, you know. Try to play it. And, so, I just talked to her a lot. Try to get her through it. Be sure that it's okay.
How's it going?
I wish I had told her. I did the same thing today.
How's it going?
It was my fault.
Are you pretty close to the mom?
I don't think we're about saying. I'm sitting down for the parents. We're quite close to her. Well, that didn't, you know, it's because they consider her.
Is there anything else? You ever shared
We're talking about these, I guess, relationships, difficulty, same kind. It's also each other. Yes.
so is that something that runs in her family that you're aware of, or?
It's a shocker, it's so super cool. the phone. I was watching TV. Remember water running? It's not full. Wasn't too concerned about it. Was water still running in the night? No. Trickle. There's a trickle. Yeah, I shut it off. That's when you know if you know the flow. Yeah, it rolls about like you hear it when it rolls up.
I hate to state the obvious, but, I mean, 100% there's only 2 people in the world that knows exactly what happened, you know what I mean? Since we only get to talk to one of them, and so we got a lot of questions, obviously, you know that. You know, we talk to any parents or friends, I mean, why would I hear that? There's absolutely no way she would have done something like that.
I didn't think so either. It's going to be easy.
What do you mean?
The divorce is going to be easy. She's going to be free from. Pretty much. She'll be living with you. So it's just emotional roller coaster. I can say I wasn't on it a little bit, but it's just, I don't know how to explain it. But she doesn't get it.
Well, we're here. I can tell you how often or how many times right now, but
No, she talked about last time. I think it was. I'm really proud of her for that.
So that night you guys got home.
I'm privileged.
We're coming back and it was Thursday. What happened that night? What did you do? Did something happen?
Yeah, made love. Smoking out of the shop after that. She was sure, so I sat next to the just kind of watching her and asked her if she's awake and wanted to talk. She just got up at me and picked up her phone and just looked. She called. I think she called her parents. And I guess it was her parents. Since I don't know.
hey, that's up in your hand.
No, as a matter of fact, my guns are all the same thing. Usually I get home, I go out there and get one, 2 out. I rarely carry one.
Three, one.
Oh, yeah, the block of them.
Well, what would have scared her?
Well, startled so much that she basically called them all.
I have no idea. Oh, she told me it was looking like. And, well, she was just looking right. She was just. Off the top, and when she came back Saturday, we talked. And and somebody can get their involved in this. Talk off and on all day. All this is going forward, and we're going to take care of it. And she became emotional. I got it, so back to them with it. So that makes us just get home, discuss it before. You get yourself home and think about it. I know. You know. Yeah.
Was that the last time?
No. No. Wasn't being initiated either.
So that part of the relationship is still on?
Yeah. She called it, we got forced to be friends with benefits.
So when was the last time you were intimate with her?
Sunday. It's a lot. I see my dad like that.
Mm-hmm. So you spent the night down there?
Yeah.
You and Brian?
Yeah. You want to take this?
What's that?
You want to take this?
Sure. I'm gonna head down there with you, okay? Oh, it's warm down here. That's pretty nice setup. Sure. You said Kendy was really popular at work? Did you say Kendy was popular at work?
I think it was done to you.
Well, you said something about that they really liked her. I didn't know her, I didn't meet her.
Yeah.
So what kind of person was she? How would you describe her?
Reserved, I think,
Was she originally from the Kendy Howard area?
Yes.
Did you meet her down there? Did she come up? Did she get her nails done in the valley? Okay. That's certainly been a long day. So when you go up to work up there, do you have days off? So it's a 12-hour day grind for 3 weeks. A little bit paid though. Assuming they provide housing for you up there? Did she ever come and meet you up at Acreage?
No. We plan on doing my time.
Hmm. So how do you fill your time in here while she's at work?
Take her shot.
Put around at home, huh? Try to recharge your batteries.
sorry, we finally have talking again.
Yeah, we're gonna want to take a look at that 40 we were talking about fire, since you did claim fire again today. Oh, is it open? There's a lot. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. You know, I'm not right, subject. You sit on the left side there. This side. This side. So I'm laying on that. It's not something. Was she in bed tonight? Didn't you know? She normally pull the covers up and make the bed. She gets up and walk up. Something like this.
You're not going to make a record on Windows Media Player so that it encountered a problem while playing the file. Note it happened at 2 minutes and 50 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. I'm going to try to restart this exhibit around that time. See if it happens again.
No problem.
You want to pull the covers up and make the bed? She gets up and walk up. Something like this.
We take a short recess, right?
We'll take a short recess. All rise for the prayer.
Guys, it's like the Chris Chan saga. Oh, what the heck? There we go. Sorry, chat. It's the sound's off, so I don't know. There we go.
What's that again?
I'm going to get my charger checked. I saw it there, so it's on the next one.
Oh, your low battery?
Yeah. So the cord should be in there somewhere. So
photograph?
I can get a photograph and look at better too, you know, and then show us.
Oh, sure, no, I got you.
Maybe you get something.
Phone charger, it's on top of the accident.
I'll get some pictures from the kid, right? No problem. That's the one.
Yep, he said that blue door.
Because of that, it's not treated as, you know, and I'm not until proven otherwise, you know what I'm saying? And so a lot of these questions we're asking, you know, they're bullshit questions. But actually, it's like you're getting, you know, it's like you have to go, you know, then we need to that problem.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? That helps you. Fine.
we'll do that.
It's okay. But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's enough. Yeah.
Okay. I know they toss the grass, so I don't know where it is, but.
Yeah.
But I'll show you that. Actually, it's funny, I didn't clean.
Okay, that's fine.
So, it was 4 fucking rounds.
Sure. Yeah. Which is perfect. You know, and I guarantee you that the coroner's probably is going to post this social media autopsy.
What?
I guarantee you the coroner will. And that's not the problem at all in suicide or otherwise. So, and she can explain the process, I can explain it to you.
Okay. I'll make it a cider.
You can it's not. Let's try and pull that side. So, you'll see that. Maybe we'll try to see if possible. Are you calling your daughter or your son? Do you want to talk to your son first? Well, because here's the other thing, you know, we're trying to balance this and do check, you know, do everything above the board and make sure that it's a thorough investigation, because that's only going to help you. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I also want to do what I can take care of you too. Okay? If you want to go talk to your boy, you're in no condition to drive. We can drive you out there if you want. And maybe that's not the worst thing. That's what these guys do, what they gotta do, and you can go talk to your boy. You can do that privately. You see what I'm saying? We don't need to sit and listen to your conversation. You can talk to your son. Somebody can, if we're going to be in the house, just because we're doing a search warrant, somebody's going to be with you.
Well, I'll get this in there. Yes, sir.
He's gonna come over to me.
Hold on. Hold on.
Look.
You got it.
Sorry. No. Your mom. Sorry. No. Screams out so okay. Mary, go over. Stuff it over with you. She got upset and I didn't get home correctly. I can't answer. And I got some record. And I get off. You go there later. Be careful. I see. Sorry. It's just. See you later.
And he was in the Marines?
Yeah.
You were in the Marines, right?
Keep in mind, guys, by 7, this is almost like 8 or 9 hours since Kendy was called in and has been dead. So he's been up all freaking night dealing with this.
She called Jane Wendell already tonight? Did you guys?
Oh, we haven't. No, sir.
Right.
constant decade. It's a word. Yes, sir. It's supposed to change my blood. And it's supposed to change my lungs. There you go. Go over our stuff last night. Didn't I go over stuff last night? Shoot. Shot herself. No. She shot herself in the bathroom. She shot herself. The sheriff's here processing scene. In my home. And what? Yeah. I was downstairs. So, over here. So, well, I didn't fall out for a long time. Is it yeah. Yeah. I tried. No answer.
Guys, I had to look away for a second. Did he do the hand rubbing thing yet? 'Cause I haven't seen that yet. Because I still want to see what they're thinking that was meant to be.
The processing scene. Laying up there.
Anybody else in the hallways and take a week call in? Play that. Hey, Lynn.
So what was your son saying? Right. So what was your stepdaughter's name? I'm sorry, didn't hear. She take your name? Did she take your name?
She did for a long time, but if you ask what perspective,
Okay, well, that'll speed things up until we get out of this area. Yeah, you want some coffee? Something, I think you're fine. Sure.
2011. You okay? We traded it on Sunday. We traded it. Where's your chocolate? The hole in the floor. I'm not home. They're up here. What do you mean up here now? They are. They're right here. What? What are you talking about? Oh, you kidding me? No. I'm not saying you are. I don't. Right. Someone just liquidated the house. How is this both of them? And okay.
Who's that, dude? Yeah. Right. She just accused you of this? You can see what it's on about. Why would you do that? Why would you think he did this? Of course she was. Dan, I was across the room and I could hear her. She's angry. Why would you even do this? What are you going to give them that impression? There's no way bullshit with you, Mom. We want you to suicide. Kids don't love. Believe it or not. They also don't believe that their dad do it. So why don't you? I haven't seen that in a long time. She's emotional. I'll be honest with you, I was not expecting anything like that. No. What did she ask me about the guns? Some shit. What's that? I don't know what she said about it. You were committed or something. Her immediate reaction was to attack you. So.
I know 2.0 is really mad, but this quinoa salad is actually very, very good.
Your Honor, if I may, I want to push pause about 41 minutes and 40 seconds, the audio cut out. Okay. And I do not think there was a redaction, so I just want to make sure there's no issues before we go too much further with the video. Go back to about 41:34. Push play.
What's that? I don't know what you said about it. They were holding or something.
Her immediate reaction was to attack you.
First one's house.
The one that got disconnected almost immediately?
What does she think you killed her mom? What does she didn't say to us? I mean, if there's something else going on, you need to talk to us now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Because they're close, so I'm guessing that Kendy probably should have stuff. Okay. So what is she going to say? Because I guarantee as angry as she was, she's going to want to talk to us. She's going to be chasing us down. Fine. What the hell is she going to say? She said she's coming here.
Want me to give her a call?
Hello? Did she call him? Someone called him dead.
What people were you referring to getting emotional that was concerned about? Is he getting phone calls? I know phone things light up on these things.
Chills down my spine. People. You did it, didn't you? No, I didn't. I didn't think something now. I threw some out. You did it. How the hell? She wasn't here. She knows what she knows that there was a divorce. What does she know? She knows something. She would have reacted to what she did. I don't know what it is.
Mothers and daughters talk. She obviously had concerns if that was her nature.
Okay. No.
You You understand what we're talking about?
What the fuck were they? Because I hadn't talked to my client about that. You think all you want. No, I didn't.
I'm telling me, I think we did this.
No, you think all you want. I didn't do it. I told you what happened. That was a fucking dream. Because I fucking shot fucking ass. That's all I did. Take that. Processing scene. And Brooke called him. It was yelling that basically accused me of.
The record is 47:27 on the timestamp on the player. It's frozen. I'm going to try to back it a few seconds.
They're stopping for a second here. So they're taking their break. I'm going to start back up.
Want to take a look at?
Here they go. Here they go.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But yeah, they've been up all freaking night now at this point.
take a look at that 40 you were talking about fire, since you did one fire the other day. Oh, is it open?
to a new player. It was stopped at 47:27 as the time of video of the disc, but the time of the video was 7:12:23. We got a new player at 7:12:22. That was as close as we could get it. So that'll hit play.
No, that basically accused me of it. So, this is a bit shit story. Huh. Yeah. I don't know what folks do. Well, it's understandable. Drug is. No. No.
Judge, I apologize. I think Mr. Johnson has indicated that he thinks that we did start it at the wrong time. I apologize to the court.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Okay, then I will hit play again. Mr. Johnson's indicated that he was.
Sorry, where do you think they started? It was wrong.
Yes, sir, I thought we were about to do this ahead of this because it was right after you. It was a conversation between Dalton and Mr. Howard when they ran into the audio issues.
No, my memory serves me that he was on the phone ostensibly with his dad. That seemed to me to pick up exactly what left off. So I'm just saying it's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Nick Kreuzer saying, Sean, be careful, never stand close to the edge of a bridge. Just saying, well, thankfully I'm not going to stand near a bridge tonight, so I think I'll live to see tomorrow. Knock on wood. And then I don't know if I covered this earlier, for $10, welcome to Costco. I love you. Thank you. And then Fat says, Daniel Howard was arrested trying to flee the state. Well, he did flee the state. He made it to Washington. So if you guys are not aware, Google Mapas. What? I know they're talking about the wedding. Oh, the bridge thing. Oh, the bridge in Madison County. I thought they were talking about... A raven has been sent to my abode. Thank you. Well, hey, there are a lot of covered bridges out this way. And actually, one of the counties next to me has a covered bridge festival. They have a festival, and like part of the big thing in that is like a covered bridge eating contest. But real quick, Fat was asking about if Daniel Howard got arrested, how does this going to work? Well, the issue for Daniel Howard is he made it to Idaho. So, and the problem is, he made it out of Idaho into the state of Washington. So they're going to have to extradite him. And even if they try to do it tomorrow or on Monday, it's going to take a day. And the only reason why is if you guys are not familiar with where is it? Where are we at here? Hold on here. Okay. So So if you guys are not familiar with the territory of what we're looking at here, this is, where's my layers? Terrain. Traffic maps. Or I just want a regular map. I just want a regular transit map. Okay, well, anyway. So here is Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Here's the Idaho border. Here's Spokane, Washington. It's not really that far, just like with Brian Koberger going back and forth over the state line, not a big deal. There's no airport in Coeur d'Alene. He went to Spokane. He's detained in Washington, so he's probably going to be there a couple of days. At least one. I mean, they're not going to have trial on Monday. I don't see how they could. And then it's going to take him a minute to deal with what to do on Tuesday. Because now that he's fled, the prosecution's going to make an argument to say that's circumstantial evidence of guilt, and they're going to make an argument to introduce that at trial that he ran off. Now, supposedly he took a friend to the airport. We don't know. But whatever it is, he got caught at the airport, which isn't good for him. So we'll see what that turns into, in case you guys were wondering what exactly they were at. But yes, I noticed all the wedding talk. I'm not indulging it because I don't know what's going on. Let the state police are handling forensics. Yeah. Oh, there's a covered, yes, a covered bridge is being torn down and put back up. Yes. They're almost done with it, too. It's actually very nice. You could stand in the river, one of the rivers down there. So, why am I drawing a dick in the balls? Why not? Brittany says, wouldn't there be footage at the airport, though? Yeah, there'll be footage of him at the airport. So. Marine. Anyway. We're just going to keep going here, guys.
Maybe downstairs. I don't know if my needs that.
Yes. Yes, please. Okay. Sister, your sister's son's. Somebody watch TV in the morning, night. Stop. What he said. This is good property. I'm down there. Later, that's what no doubt. So that bullshit spread around. And look. Yes. What all day after you? No. Yes, sir. Just emotional brain. Another day more. Guess it, Dad.
Thank you, Judge. That is the end of the last video At this time, I would inform the court that the state has 2 additional witnesses that it intends to call. One of whom was an expert who was supposed to be here this afternoon. That expert's flight was delayed, and he is presently flying here. The other witness is also an expert who did attempt to secure him as well this afternoon, but we were unable to do so. It's 4:30. I would ask that we could break at this time. Both experts are expected to be here and ready to go at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay. Any issue with that, Mr. Mayor? Okay. All right, members of the jury, we'll let you out a little bit early today. I can tell you that we are moving a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'm not at all concerned about us getting done in time. So I'll release you with the admonition. Again, I truly don't mean to insult you by saying this, but don't speak about this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back in the morning at 9 o'clock. Okay. Who's right? A few objections at the counter, the bench here. Did you wish to preserve any objections for the record?
Yes, Your Honor, just one. Your Honor, in your opening jury instructions, you advise jurors to keep an open line until the conclusion of all evidence. And I know there's not a specific rule and there's discretion on how the court handles the courtroom, but I do think it's improper, especially given the length of this case and the trickle, in some ways, the trickle effect of all the witnesses, to have the jurors go back in breaks with their notebooks. It's not to study, it's not to review, that doesn't keep an open mind. It's to refresh upon deliberation.
That's actually a good point. Like, you normally, like any court I've been in, if you get a notebook, it stays in the seat. And then when at the end of the day, it stays on your seat. And they're all numbered, and at the end of the day, you get the bailiff picks them up, and in the morning, they're all sitting there on your seat when you get there. You don't touch them, otherwise they don't leave the courtroom. So I'm surprised they're allowed to take their notes out of the courtroom. That should not be happening. That's probably harmless error, though.
And so we would ask that they not be allowed to be, well, at this point, I guess, we want the same effect for defense. So I just want to put that in the record. I noticed it for the first time today. 3 different jurors bring it to the jury. I don't know if they've been doing it other days, but we would object to that. If it is allowed, obviously, we want it to continue for the defense case.
So just to clarify, the jurors have 2 binders, which are notebooks in which we've been putting exhibits, and I've told the jurors that I don't want them taking those back and reviewing them on breaks, because those are still exhibits, and really it's just for convenience while we're working through the trial to have them going into their notebooks. And the only time they're reviewing them is when they're here in the courtroom while the exhibits are being presented. And so, as I understand it, what you're talking about is the yellow pads, just their jurors' notes, and your issue is that the jurors are taking their notes with them back and forth when they're on breaks.
And particularly, what I noticed is during lunch, so longer breaks, taking notes with them. That's what notes are forced to refresh at the end of jury deliberations, not to make up their minds beforehand. So I know they can think about things as the case goes along, but I noticed it today, so I want to bring it up.
And so are you requesting, just so I'm clear on what you're asking, are you asking me to tell the jurors that they have to leave their notepads in the courtroom as well as their notebooks?
That would have been my request if I noticed it on day 1, Your Honor. But since we start our case tomorrow, obviously I don't want to make that suggestion. I just want to put that on the record from what we discussed at the bench.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not going to attempt to speak for the court, but I was going to address the same thing. There's a big difference between the yellow pads and the binders. The binders contain evidence. The yellow pages, the yellow notebooks contain the jurors' thoughts. To me, there's no harm in letting the jury go back there with their notepads. It allows for personal reflection. Whether they have their yellow pads or not, the juries are able to reflect mentally on what they've seen. They're going to develop thoughts. They're going to begin to think about things. I mean, the court might as well tell the jury, don't even think about things while you're on break, and that's virtually impossible. To the extent that the jurors are reflecting on things and they they want to jot a note down, they're being deprived of the ability to do that if they don't have their legal notepads with them. And so I think it's completely proper to allow the jury to have constant access to their yellow pads. These are just an extension of their thoughts. It's a normal part of being a human being and being a juror, and it's completely different than having access to evidence and deliberating. So I don't think this is improper for the court to continue with what's already been happening.
All right. Well, in Idaho, jurors are allowed to take notes. Some jurisdictions are not, but in Idaho, that's certainly something that we allow. I've never in my years of doing jury trials have I restricted the jurors from taking their notes back and forth with them. In fact, I would say that is the common practice. And I don't see anything wrong with it at all. I think the jurors are entitled to take their notes, have the notes with them when they go back into the jury room, and then bring them back with them in the court. I just don't see any issue here. This isn't a situation where the jurors are deliberating, sharing the notes with each other. I presume that the jurors follow the court's instructions, which include to not discuss the case among themselves or with anyone else. I presume they're following the court's instructions, and I don't see any issue with taking notes back and forth. And again, I've been doing this for many years throughout the state, and I've never seen a different procedure. I'm not saying there's not one, but in my years of experience, jurors take the notepads in and out of it. It's accepted practice, and I don't see any harm or prejudice to either side. So I'm not going to instruct them otherwise. But thank you for making that record. Anything else that you want to address that we had addressed at the bench and not on the formal record? Okay. All right. In terms of, I've received a second motion to exclude a defense expert. Have you received that second motion, Mr. Johnson?
Not since sitting here. I'll receive it tonight.
Okay. It came in this morning.
Judge, I would just object to Your Honor characterizing that individual as a defense expert. That's kind of the basis of the state's motion.
Jesus.
All right. A motion to exclude one of the defense's witnesses. All right. So we'll argue yesterday's motion tomorrow at 8:15. I'm assuming if you haven't seen today's motion, you probably aren't ready to address that tomorrow at 8:15.
Well, we'll need to address tomorrow. He's first witness for Thursday. So, but not in the morning. If we can address that after state closes, there will be another motion at the same time.
All right, so I'll address the first motion tomorrow at 8:15, and then I'll leave the second. We'll still address the motion tomorrow, but I'll wait until after the arguments. Okay, that should be both sides' time. We give you time to look at that, Mr. Johnson. Okay, so I'll see counsel earlier tomorrow, and we'll continue with the jury at that time. Thank you. We'll be in recess at this time. All
Well,
right.
that brings us on an interesting note for tomorrow. Where are we going to end up? I don't know. Not looking so good now. The judge's head is 2 inches too high. Yeah. So James is saying, so this trial is going to be what, 2 to 3 days delayed? Yes. So we just finished day 7. They just finished day 10. We're going to finish up day 8 tomorrow. And then we'll get day 9 on Monday. We'll probably get day 10 on Tuesday. We'll probably be caught up by Tuesday because remember, excuse me. Remember, Daniel Howard fled the state last night and got caught at the airport. So he's currently in the jail. Won't be brought back to Idaho until he has an extradition hearing, which means Monday. But it's probably going to be at least another day in Washington because he crossed state line. So it's probably Tuesday till he's released from Washington and brought to Idaho. And even then, it's probably not going to start, it's probably delayed till Wednesday. So, Yeah, he didn't flee after the incident. No, he got caught he got caught at guys, no. He got caught last night at the airport. Like, here, we'll go through this. He got caught at the airport. You guys don't believe me. The former Idaho State trooper on trial was arrested at the airport. This came in March 15th, 2024. So, he was currently on trial, was arrested at Spokane International Airport on Friday night. He was booked into the jail at 10:40 Friday and is held as a fugitive pending extradition. He's been out on bond during the proceedings, and he had an 11 p.m. curfew and not being within 2 miles of an airport, which means he's probably got a GPS tether on, or a GPS tracker. Yeah, roughly 50 witnesses have testified. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, on Wednesday, the defense began, and they were calling their witnesses, and we'll get to those coming up, because we're a couple days back, but we're going to catch up real quick. So, it's unknown what the arrest will have on the remainder of the trial. I mean, they can't do anything until he's there. So, Monday morning, there's court, but they're not going to be able to do much. So, tomorrow, guys, we are going to get back at this. I mean, my goal is to not have too late at night tonight. We'll be up early in the morning and start to go. And then see how far we can plow through this. If we can plow through day 8 and day 9 and catch up with day 10 Monday, that'll be a nice goal. Fat says, was he really dumb enough thinking he could hop a plane? Maybe. I don't know. He didn't even consider Canada, and he worked up in Alaska. Yeah, but it's hard to. Young is saying, was he at the airport? It sounds like he was at the airport itself, not like near it. But even then, he lives in Idaho, and driving from Idaho to Spokane, Washington is like a 45-minute drive, or a 30-minute drive. Like, you don't accidentally show up at the airport in Spokane. So, Luke says, isn't this prime material for trying him in absentia? No, because he's in custody, you can bring him back. You try to avoid that whenever you can. And if it's easy enough to drag his ass back, you drag his ass back. So, Gutter's Pub, though, had a great comment earlier. Maybe he just wanted one of those neck pillows for his prison bed. Yes. And then Skooky says he's going to visit family in a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty and was going to be back on Monday. Yeah. Although, to be fair, remember, all the places that don't have extradition treaties with the U.S. are probably places you don't want to live. So, something, like I said, things to think about, guys. Things to think about, shots. Yes, you can't keep a man from living. Are we smashing turtles tonight? No. Tonight, we have to do an errand and go run out and pick somebody up at the airport. When we get back, I'm going to cover why it's legal to do warning shots in Ohio now. It's a very interesting thing, and we may have a special guest if he's available or feeling better. So, it'll be pretty good. They don't have to prove intent, just really imply it. Yeah, they don't have to prove it, but they can imply intent. Luke said, would this be rebuttal material? Probably, if the state's already arrested, yes. I think this could be, they could say, well, do you think he would flee, or has he ever tried to flee, or something like that? I don't know. The state would have the right to introduce this, I think. No, not Frank Hassel, not Dick Licata, no. So, I hate it when people can't come by themselves from the airport. Well, I'm going to the airport really trying to rub it in Mr. Howard's face, yeah. Not Bronca, although I'm going to send something out to him if he's interested. I know he already covered it, but it won't be him. Fudbusters, I think he's out, but I was going to message him in case he wanted to. So, anyways, guys, that's it for tonight. Like I said, I'll see you guys probably about midnight. And we'll go from there, so. In the meantime, guys, take care, and I will see you tonight. And if you want to see the trial, tomorrow morning. Good night, guys. Bye.